Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Hope everyone is doing good today. You know, I had to jump on here and talk about the fact of Alexa Nikolas inserting herself into okay, I'll be fair. She was inserted into the Blake Lively Baldoni lawsuit mess. And I'd like to say I was surprised that she took this action, but I wasn't at all. Yeah, so she's decided to file a lawsuit of defamation against Bryan Freedman and Melissa Nathan. And I thought, you know what? I know a lot about Alexa Nikolas. I know a lot about this case, and I know quite a lot about Tony Buzbee, who she's chosen to represent her this time. So that's why I'm going to do a quick commentary about it. One sec, I just realised I'm not sharing the right bit of the screen that I wanted to. So yeah, it's really interesting because in the beginning, as we can see from this post, although it was kind of obvious to a lot of people like myself who weren't even really too interested in either of these people, there was so much negative content being shown about Blake Lively that it made us feel very suspicious. Not Alexa Nikolas though. She posted on her Instagram under Match the Source how disappointed she was in Blake Lively and the It Ends With Us movie, because the rollout of this film has been a complete disaster and shame. But you also put my known abuser Groom's music in your film. There is physical evidence of him grooming me when he was 33 and I was 16. It's easily accessible on the internet, sadly, since I had to also take on the role of the emotional labor of exposing Rye with evidence. It was also a very public lawsuit that goes into great detail what he did to me, shame on this film. Yeah, so that was her reaction to this film at the time it was released, and now she's gone a full 180 because I knew this was going to happen, because she's an opportunist. She's an absolute opportunist. And she, yeah, I think that she hasn't got a hope in hell of this lawsuit going anywhere. If she really sympathized with victims, I just think it's very odd that she never sussed on to the fact of how obvious it was that this stuff about Blake Lively was not organic. It just seems like she was completely blind to it, because even in we can see, because we are going to have a little bit of a look at her tweets or her Twitter. Even in, I think, July of 2025, she was saying Team Justin. Hashtag Team Justin, which was the actual hashtag created by Melissa Nathan and the smear team. So there's that. But yeah, I just think that accusing them of defamation is such a bad stretch. Mainly because she's already accused other people of defamation and she hasn't really got anywhere with it. It's just her go-to. It's her go-to when someone criticizes her, aka Cat 10 Barge. I've done a lot of research into her because of her suing Cat 10 Barge. It made me feel very suspicious. If you are supposedly on the side of survivors and creating a platform to represent survivors, you would welcome transparency and journalism by someone who's already reported on abuse and predators within the content creation industry. So that action itself tells you that there's something not right with her behavior. But yeah, so she's already suing Cat 10 Barge for defamation, and I believe, because I am keeping an eye on the docket, she had a lot of difficulty serving her. She had a process server stalking her, waiting outside her house 24 hours on her instruction. I believe Cat 10 Barge has engaged legal representation, and they have filed a motion to dismiss. So yeah, we'll keep our eye on that. But yeah, it's a bit rich that she's now turned to these guys, which I'm not saying they haven't done the stuff that they have done, but to her, you only need to go and look. This was in 2025. You only need to go and look what goes on Twitter. I don't know why it keeps showing these tweets in Spanish. I don't know if it's what they were written in, but sorry, I didn't. Yeah. Alexa Nikolas has been blocking everyone on YouTube who correct people about Drake Bell's case, whether we mention it first or not. Alexa and her husband, Michael, are creating an echo chamber of misinformation when she knows Drake Bell has victims. She said so herself. This was by someone called Wesley. It was retweeted by someone called Janessa Stockdale. There are lots of other tweets on here. I can't read those because they're not in English. I am ignoring ex-patriarch because I know he hasn't done any research into this. He is going along with the narrative that Alexa Nikolas is a victim. I'm not sure what this says. Didn't Alexa lie about it though? This was in January. Jamila Jamil is over on TikTok liking replies, calling Blake a liar, as well as acknowledging she knows nothing about the case and has no intention of educating herself on it after bashing the victims. Pulling an Alexa Nikolas is crazy, lol. She's like Alexa Nikolas when she aided with Drake Bell, Shake My Head. I don't know what that's something about Jamie Lynn. Oh, this is a Jamie Lynn Spears updates account. This person, confession, I stopped watching Sloan because in 2022 because I was afraid he will make a video on Seth MacFarlane after Alexa Nikolas mentioned him being an abusive. He still has not made that video, but I can say I don't have a reason to watch him anymore for other reasons. I swear that simp of Alexa Nikolas is such a loser. I will one day, and I mean one day, tell his mother and sister on Instagram all about his actions, and they will definitely have him in jail for all of it. Saying 9/11 is caused by Zionists and bullying people, including myself. I'm saying Alexa Nikolas is being racist, exists as she has done racist stuff, so it doesn't surprise me if she and Raquel Lee Boileau are no longer friends at this point. That is another person that used to be friends with her and quite literally found out what she was about and started talking about it, like a lot of these people that I'm reading out right now. Remember when she had Alexa Nikolas's groomer ex-husband at her brand event? I don't know what that means. Oh, Hilary Duff. Okay, so these are not these are organic accounts, okay, that we found when we were doing our research. They're very different to what we saw being done with the Blake Lively situation, because these people are talking about their own experience of being in her community. Whereas with the Blake Lively, they were wait, is my microphone working? Yeah. Sorry, whereas with the Blake Lively, they were given talking points. They were giving talking points, things that they wouldn't have known about. That's why it was so obvious that there was something very artificial about it. Okay, sorry, I'm just going back to the chat. She was beefing with Okie Dokie, right? Yes, so Okie Dokie, another person, made content about Alexa Nikolas. She started exposing stuff about her, didn't she? Saying, like looking up her past. It's a very conflicting situation because it wouldn't surprise me if Freedman and Nathan are probably behind the website. Yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to say. It's like there is a lot of websites in her name already, as I'm just about to show you. But yeah, I don't know why they connected themselves to it. I just the best way to describe it. We also have the reason why this has all come to light. We also have the Stephanie Jones lawsuit. She's the one who's got the John Does that are going to give us the evidence about it. We don't have that yet. But I think it's very interesting that she's included them in her own lawsuit. I would not hold any faith in Tony Buzbee, but yeah, I've just wondered. It's just I've wondered from the start what this is all about, because it seems very obvious to me that the social media account, which I'm going to show in a minute, it just retweets stuff that's already there. And why they wanted to include her, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. But I think it's a real stretch to say that they particularly have ruined her life or had any kind of impact on her life, is what I'm trying to get to. It doesn't mean that Alexa hasn't tried to silence anybody coming out about her. Exactly. She's tried to. I'd forgotten about Okie Dokie. Yeah. So it started with obviously Shift. All the people that she had on that Guess Who series on her own channel, which are still all up. The woman whose name I just read out, the Latino woman, Autumn Whitaker, I forgot her name. There was some journalist guy. There has been so many people that she has accused of defaming her and stalking her, and she's managed to shut them all up. So yeah, that's why I just think there's something really funny about this. I still can't get my head around it. But yeah, let me go back to this. Okay, let me show you these accounts. So these are all users on Twitter that use Alexa Nikolas's name, right? This one, oh no, that's, sorry, I don't want to show you that one. This one, you have to excuse this browser because it's really slow, but okay, so there was some rumors going around that she had leaked these Vanessa Hudgens nude pics. And when we looked at her original website from 2008, I think it was, these accounts seem to be connected to that, because look, this one says Alexa Nikolas joined March 2009. Missing Vanessa, not Hudgens. Ha ha, love you all. Yeah. Then there's another one that says, hey guys, it's Alexa Nikolas. This is my personal account. Believe in me, Lexi. Joined 2009. And I mean, I don't think this is her, because it says, well, now I have Twitter and I'm the real, stop fakes or poser, please. Tonight party of Kylie, the off. Vicky Justice, I'm so happy, I love, she is my baby. Well, now I don't know, ha ha. I mean, it could be her, I don't know. And then it's like tagging Demi Lovato. But there's a lot of these accounts. This one actually has a website linked on it. 2010, this one is. Joined 2009, officialalexanikolas.com. It's myself. I named all my pictures Alexa Helen Nikolas. Check out my official Twitter account. So we did look back on the Wayback Machine, and we did think that maybe this was like a fan website. But anyway, these links are out there. And they've been going a long time. And people have been saying stuff, and she's been carrying on saying her stuff. And there was another account as well that I forgot to mention called something the Rich. Not Eat the Rich. Something the Rich. She had a lot to say. Team Justin comment was one of Okie Dokie's video. Oh, is that right? Okay, because you know why that's interesting. So when I came to make a video about her, I came to make a video about her the minute I saw that her name had been mentioned with this website, because I was just like, wait a damn minute. I know that girl has not been smeared. Like, I just knew it. I knew what she'd done to people, because she tried to defend Drake Bell's not just behavior, but his whole case. She decided that was the hill she was going to die on. And when people were like, wait, that's not really a good idea, she could not accept that. And instead of like listening to people and giving them a fair answer, she just decided to shut everyone down. And it's really interesting, because I actually meant to say at the beginning of my at the beginning, like, I really appreciate the people that come into my live chats and that watch my videos and that ask questions and that make really sensible comments, because on the weekend I was doing a deep dive into, well, not a deep dive, well, yeah, I guess it was a bit of a deep dive into the Epstein files, and it came up when I was looking at some of the stuff from the victims that people have been saying stuff about Whitney Webb, and I was really shocked, because I was like, someone that had appreciated Whitney Webb's content, so I needed to then find out whether there was anything in what those posts in the Epstein files said. And that's the only way to learn. You can't just block out anything you don't want to hear. Good evening, Kayla. You were hoping we'd get a live on Alexa's new suit. Well, here we are. Here we are. Yeah, I mean, if you're heading up a platform and you're saying you're an advocate, because that's what she's saying in this lawsuit. Look, let me show you it quickly. A former actress turned fierce public advocate for survivors of SA in the entertainment industry. If that's what you're telling people you are, you need to be able to handle criticism. You need to be transparent. You need to be doing all of this stuff to make people feel like you're trustworthy and secure. I want to go back to this Twitter account. Oh, it's having a moment. Okay. Oh, because I don't have accounts on any of these websites, they they don't like me preying. But yeah, so my understanding is from doing the research and already knowing a little bit about it is she started off attaching herself to the Free Britney movement. So she started off with the Milosh thing. You can go and check it out. By the way, if anyone wants to know more about Milosh, there's a channel called Rain on Your Charade. She has spent hours researching all of the court documents and social media content associated with her allegations against Milosh, her ex-husband. It turns out there's nothing to really substantiate any of the claims that he physically harmed her or that he even groomed her. He also financially provided for her long after he was legally obliged to when their marriage ended, which isn't really what someone that's abusing you would ever do, generally. But yeah, so that person has done an admirable job in that respect. Yes, it was her mother that gave her, well, historically, she was under the guardianship of another guy. Katie, actually, online bullshit, she did a really good podcast with Nathan about it as well. And we have taken our time. This is only because we see a pattern of content creators who use these techniques of deception over and over on vulnerable people that are coming from a place of trying to find a safe space online. And yeah, these people like her are using deceptive practice. I even had someone the other night, Kayla, you were in my live chat the other night, that girl that came into the chat talking about you need to come and join our platform, it's a safe space for survivors, spamming it. She was spamming the live chat. Checked out that page she was talking about. Con artist. Complete red flag. Ex-copper talking about cannibalism of children, living in a caravan. What are you coming into my live chat for, trying to recruit people? This is what is going on online. It's really crazy right now. It's like we're literally being swamped with misinformation and people trying to get us to join communities so they can get something out of it. Okay, I just wanted to go back to this Oops All the Crows account again. So this account was created in 2019. This person was obviously very interested in the Drake Bell case because they made a TikTok about it, I believe. Let me find it. She did do a thread. It's probably time for a thread of all the wild shit Drake Bell is saying behind closed doors in the Drake Bell official Discord server, which isn't age restricted and undoubtedly has many minors among its hundreds of members. She also noticed, or they also noticed, I don't know what gender they are, it's 2024. This is right in the middle of when the whole thing with Blake Lively started. That Justin Baldoni had Drake Bell on his Man Enough podcast. and tried to frame the conversation around accountability, but didn't ask him a single question about the abuse allegations made by multiple ex-girlfriends and allowed him to bold-faced lie about his victim from the 2021 case. You see what I'm saying? Alexa Nikolas did not pick up on this, but she's saying she's a survivor advocate. Instead, she said something about Bryan Freedman had her video taken down, which, as I've already pointed out, is impossible. Your video doesn't just disappear and then reappear again. If you have a video removed from YouTube, which happens to me not quite a lot, but it happened to me on Saturday because I played a tiny little bit of footage from a BBC website, you get a notification saying that you've made a mistake and that now your video is not going to be shown in certain areas or whatever, and then it gives you an opportunity to fix it. It doesn't just disappear and then reappear. But this is the kind of stuff she comes out with. Bryan Freedman had some shady company take down my video about the allegations against him right around the lawsuit between BL and JB were heating up. But it's back up. So this person was offering a lot of criticism about the fact that she went and got this victim's court documents and was saying it was public information. And that's why she wanted to sue Kat Tembarge for defamation. I just wanted to find this. Sure, it was this person that said they made a TikTok. Okay, here it is. April 24th, 2024. After a TikTok of mine went viral, I got flooded with DMs from people who knew her. They all corroborated each other's claims. Some had no connection to each other, being based in Mexico, others from the school in Texas. This is a fraction of what I've received. Yeah? So I think this is why this person was very interested in this case, knew a lot about it. Is this person now defaming Alexa Nikolas? Is this a smear campaign? No. This is someone just expressing and standing up for what they think is right. Yeah, gotcha. As in the victim from 2021 case can effing sue your A for sending unredacted, sensitive, under seal court documents to others. Oh my God. Yeah, this is what this was about. Genuinely though, Alexa Nikolas, keep the Black Panther Party out of your mouth. You know nothing of revolution or community-based struggle. You're a white woman using black people to morally posture. Drawing any sort of parallel between yourself and black liberation is absurd. Not only that, but wait till you see how many black men Tony Buzbee has targeted. Oh, so this is text between Drake Bell and Alexa Nikolas. Wow. They're making jokes about grooming. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here to show what this thing was about. And like I said, it started with Britney Spears, yeah. Britney Spears' sister, who, incidentally, Bryan Freedman also represented. But then she's mentioned by Britney Spears in the book or something. I don't know if that's true or not, but But yeah, that was her first grift. Then she started on the Nickelodeon thing. And so she was supposed to be exposing what happened to her at Nickelodeon, only she never actually exposed anything. Then she did a protest outside Nickelodeon, and it very much seems like she was part of the promotion. She was used very much as part of the promotion for this documentary, Quiet on Set. And somehow through doing that, she's befriended Drake Bell and started trying to relook at his case and questioning the victim. I hope I'm not saying anything inaccurate. Who doesn't Alexa try to drag to court? Well, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Alexa has more in common with Justin than I think she'd like to admit. I think yeah, I would say the same of Jameela Jamil. And again, I did a deep dive into Jameela Jamil. I think I was very fair in coming to the conclusion that much like Alexa, Jameela Jamil has exaggerated claims of this, that, and the other to make herself look like an advocate for certain things, which really she has no place doing, and it's just phony. It's just phony to get a check. Right, have I shown everything I was going to about Alexa Nikolas? Oh, I was just going to show quickly the It Ends With Us lawsuits Reddit. So another thing that's happened today is the hearing started for the settlement. It was a closed hearing, so we don't know the outcome right now. But Justin Baldoni's looking a little bit Simon Cowell-esque, if you don't mind me saying so. Also, people are saying Emily looks really happy. I'm like, she's not looking that happy to me, but could just be a bad angle. And then there's these people are so mad on this you see what I mean? On this forum. I was just thinking, yeah, Michael Gottlieb could never do the stuff that I'm going to show you about Tony Buzbee in a minute. Just you wait and see. Just you wait and see. We know she's already used Ron Barnissam. She's used Andrew, what's his name? Bretler. Actual lawyers who've represented rapists. She used some random to send Katie a cease and desist. Oh, I know what I meant to say. The post about Okie dokie, okay. When I watched her video to make my video about her saying, look, I think this is really suspicious that her website's come up because I already know that there isn't a smear against her. But yeah, so in that video, she said, I don't know of any other channels that make content in favor of Blake Lively. And I was like, I'm sure you've heard of Okie Dokie. So that just confirms that she 100% knew that Okie Dokie was reporting about Blake Lively and could easily have watched it, or at least mentioned it, but that wouldn't suit her narrative, so she didn't. Right, yes, settlement conference. That's them all arriving. The big story is that they're wearing color coordinated outfits. I just wanted to see because I'm sure there was a post somewhere that said something about Alexa Nikolas on here. And I was having a look at the comments because the people on here, it really makes me laugh as well because they're always saying there's no one that gives unbiased content or neutral or explains or just reads the documents or whatever, but yet there literally are. It's just that they don't want to hear anything that doesn't go along with the false narratives that they have going on. Like, oh, Blake Lively arrived at the courthouse alone. Oh gosh. That means she's getting a divorce, everyone. Look. Anyone else think this is startling? I'm beginning to genuinely wonder if Blake and Bryan might have low-key separated. Maybe he's got a job. Steve Sarowitz. They were like, oh, he's hugging him. He's not hugging him. He's just patting him on the back. Anyway, we already know that Steve Sarowitz has a bit of a crush on Baldoni. Okay, I'm going to give myself 5 more seconds to try and find it. I don't want to be too boring with this. Don't want to be too boring. Oh, this article came out as well. I'm not very impressed with it, but Alexa Nikolas is featured in there. I was wondering as well, like, who released that she had that she'd filed this lawsuit? Because I heard about it through someone sent me a link to Reddit, but I can't see it kind of officially anywhere. So I guess someone put the info out. I can't find it. Sorry, guys. I'm sure I saw it earlier. And sometimes when I watch things back, I see it and I can't see it when I'm looking at it. So let me give myself one more look through. Someone made a cake. Oh my God. I only got 2 comments, that article. I'm really sorry if this is boring. I'm trying to give balanced. Okay. I guess I can't see it. So The sub runs on gossip. That's what I wanted to show you. There was people saying, "Well, I can't be," but they had literally posted every single page of the lawsuit, and then people were like, "Well, I can't be bothered to read all of that." It's like you're the same people that accuse everyone else of being in an echo chamber and being a bot. It's like it's more than pro Justin. It's almost like a cult. You actually get blocked for even saying anything remotely critical. Seth MacFarlane. I don't know the Seth MacFarlane story. Was he someone? You're going to have to fill me in because I don't know who half of these people are. Okay, well, speaking of QAnon, by the way, it's really interesting you should say that. Let's get on to Tony Buzbee. All right, I'll just show you for one sec. Let me start off. So the first thing I noticed is Pro Hack Vice forthcoming. I can tell you from following how I know about Tony Buzbee is during the Diddy trial, the reason why I called him a scammer, he scammed all of the Diddy victims by saying that he was going to represent them against P. Diddy. He never represented one victim. Do you know why? He didn't even apply for jurisdiction in the SDNY court. That's why he's a scammer. He said he was representing at one time 200 victims. He said there were children. He said there were children victims. He suddenly did this press conference. Let me show you. He suddenly did this press conference. I was really deeply following all of the Diddy coverage. He did this press conference and he announced that there were child victims of P. Diddy. Everyone was like going into meltdown, like, oh my God, Diddy's a pedophile. Blah, 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 blah. None of it turned out to be true. I don't know what happened to all those victims. No one knows what happened to them because he got told to jog on. One case that he took forward was against Jay-Z and P. Diddy, which I happen to know a lot about because I looked into it myself, because I wanted to know genuinely, as a follower of hip-hop, for years and years and years. I've seen Jay-Z in concert. I wanted to know if it was true. And I found out that none of the information that had been stated in the filing checked out, because this girl said that this incident had happened at the 2000 MTV Awards party. You could still go and check the MTV Awards party on YouTube. It was still there. This is Tony Buzbee, all the articles that have been written about him in the New York Times, a lot. So you can see he's got a history of accusing people of sexual assault, and they're black. He's also got a history of being in politics, much like, you know who he really reminds me of? Tom Girardi. Tom Girardi was running a pyramid scheme where he did very similar work, suing big corporations on behalf of victims. He kept the money. He kept the money. And then he used the money to pay for his lifestyle. Tony Buzbee has a very lavish lifestyle. He's also tried to become mayor. He's also likely paid off a lot of people to cover up for his shady stuff that he's got going on. This is some big trial he was involved in Texas, where he's from, impeachment, which I believe, and you know how aggressive Bryan Freedman is, Tony Buzbee is like double that. But I've got a feeling this impeachment case didn't go very well. But he's literally like another Bryan Freedman. He sues people, he puts a lot of pressure on them to settle, and then he does like publicity tours. He goes on to really dodgy channels like Piers Morgan, Sean Atwood. I have done a whole video about it, actually. I've done a lot of videos about it on my YouTube channel. I can show you. So this was when they announced the hotline for the Diddy victims. It was a 1-800 number. So the New York Times actually did an investigation into this operation he had going on. And the guy that I just showed you in that video, he'd run a similar scheme for victims of the Catholic Church. Okay, so if anyone's watched our videos about Alexa Nikolas and Joe Dunn and that Jeff Anderson guy, that's exactly what they were doing. They're running these mass recruitment schemes to farm for clients that they can go and claim compensation for victims. Only Tony Buzbee had investigation done into his one. So it says, inside the Sean Combs hotline, the making of a mass tort. From a low-slung building in Montana, employees process sex abuse complaints against the music mogul that have been drawn to them through advertising and a viral hotline. Okay? In a room full of cubicles, workers in headsets read from their computer screens addressing callers who dialed a 1-800 number. They have a script. Were you or your loved ones essayed by Sean Love Combs, known as Diddy, Puff Daddy, and P. Diddy? If the abuse occurred at a party, please list the name of the party. What kind of party was it? Their employer, Reciprocity Industries, I can't say that for the life of me, is a legal services company located in a low-slung building in Billings, Montana, more than 2,000 miles from the Brooklyn jail where Mr. Combs awaits trial on federal racketeering and sex trafficking charges. For years, the company has helped seed litigation by fielding complaints from people hurt by natural disasters, weed killers, or abusive clergy. Now it's the central collection point for sexual assault allegations against Mr. Combs. That's a picture from where they're reading it off the screen. Yeah, it's like an MLM thing. When a call related to Mr. Combs comes in, the employees walk callers through a questionnaire that asks them to share the details of their complaints, including potential witnesses. Some complaints come through the phone, others arrive online in response to ads promoted on Facebook, made by AI. Let me show you. Let me show you the adverts. It's a really long article. They had a whistleblower at that company who said she was paid $11 to $12 an hour. She would get a $200 bonus for like meeting a certain target. They did not verify any information that was given, and that people, once they agreed to sign up a contract, they could use their signature and put it against any legal filing that they wanted to. This is a behind a paywall article, but okay, I thought they showed all the adverts in this article. I showed them in my video. Let me go back to my video. They're just so ridiculous, the adverts. Okay, that's one of the adverts. Generated by AI. There was the other two, he was actually in jail. So they were putting these adverts out on Facebook with the number to get victims. Look, if you've been impacted by P. Diddy's actions, now is the time to share your story. Help us hold him accountable. Check if you qualify. And then once you fill out the application form, they have your data. So this whistleblower said she only rejected approximately 10 out of the 6,000 claimants that she spoke to. She was paid $11 to $12 an hour and $200 weekly bonus if she signed up 20 claimants a week, and an additional $100 for every 10 claimants she signed up after the initial 20. They would keep track of numbers using whiteboards everywhere in the office on which numbers of claims were written. The contract the claimant signed authorized reciprocity to keep 40% of any amount awarded. They told the employees that they could push through proofs of claim without the claimant's signatures. In those cases, claimant signatures were electronically affixed to proofs of claims by copying their signatures from their contracts and pasting them onto their proofs of claims. When claimants changed their mind about pursuing a claim or were told they did not qualify, employees were instructed to leave the claim on file, but to inform the client that their claim had been cancelled, even though they had not. Yeah? It's all in this article. Oh, there's the adverts. That's the adverts they posted. Ava Law Group. I don't know whether Tony Buzbee did some kind of deal to be the face of it. But anyway, not one of those lawsuits amounted to anything against P. Diddy. And on top of it, Jay-Z then sued him for extortion and defamation because he said that he sent his lawyers a letter saying if he was prepared to pay a settlement, then he would be named. Jay-Z told him to get stuffed. That's when his name came out in public. But if you hear Tony Buzbee going on all of these channels that he went on, which were mentioned in the defamation lawsuit, because the defamation lawsuit was dismissed, but it's still pending. It's still an open case in Alabama where they're suing the actual Jane Doe because she's basically admitted that she never met Jay-Z or P. Diddy. And yeah, but the one in California was dismissed, but the judge said he wasn't sure about it. He said that because he had gone on these channels and talked about there being a celebrity, because remember there was all this stuff about celebrity A and celebrity B, that it could be seen as defamatory, but it wasn't a strong enough case or something like that. But I know in California in particular, which I think is where this lawsuit is filed, it's the burden is really high for defamation. And that's why I know she hasn't got a hope in hell of this suit going through, if he even gets his flipping pro hack vice. Okay, so what else was I going to say about Tony Buzbee? He goes after black men. After the P. Diddy debacle, he then picked on this guy called Shannon Sharp. And that was so iffy. But I think he managed to get the girl a settlement. But just like in the case of one of Bryan Freedman's clients, it was an ex-girlfriend of the person he was suing. And it was related to some text messages involved in their relationship. Another thing I know about Tony Buzbee is that he had a drunk driving case in 2016 that he managed to make go away. There was this other situation that happened in 2017 where, speaking of smear campaigns, he said he went on a date with this woman who's 20 years younger than him and that she wouldn't leave his house. All of a sudden, this woman's mugshot and an article about it appears all over the local news channels. Another thing that happened. There was an incident involving a robbery at his house where the men said, it's always things like watches. He has all these like paintings that he says are worth millions of dollars. I just wonder whether some of these things are like insurance scams. I don't know. He's got so much dodgy stuff going on. But, you know, I can't look at everything. I just get the general impression that the guy is as dodgy as it gets. Okay. What else? I just don't want to make sure. I want to make sure I shared everything. Oh, so he's currently married. He's currently married to a billionaire's daughter. Did I say as well he's paid, he's donated to Donald Trump something like 250K? A woman came and accused him of giving her an STD in 2024. That's his wife. So you see all this stuff about Jay-Z, yeah? Because even as soon as the Epstein files came out, one of the biggest stories was that Jay-Z was in the Epstein files, even another story came out about Jay-Z. Well, there's always stories coming out about Jay-Z. I didn't realize that QAnon woman, Liz Crokin, is behind the Jay-Z campaigns. Because when I was doing my videos about it, I was like, I don't understand where all this anti-Jay-Z vibe is coming from. Like, what did he do? And then I realized it's because he supports Democrats and he's black. Although black people have spoken out against him as well, but I think it's predominantly being led by white people. Okay. Oh, by the way, he's got a shark tattoo. He's actually said that he's a shark. It's like, yeah. Right. Close some of these tabs down. Oh, speaking of right wing, okay, before I get into the lawsuit, oh yes, okay, so because obviously I've made content about Alexa Nikolas, yeah, this video came up on my feed the other day on this guy's channel. Wait, never heard of it before, but it has 1 million subscribers. It's called Think Before You Sleep. Only got 220 videos. Okay, this one. It had Kat Tenbarge's photo as the thumbnail, and it says everyone is finding out. This is a pro right wing propaganda channel, 100%, and it's talking about Drake Bell, and it's in support of Alexa Nikolas. It's probably not going to play because it's probably got adverts, but yeah. When I saw it, I was like, really? Alexa Nikolas? This is you? This is what you're featured on? So obviously they talk about Ethan Klein, and then it's the Alexa Nikolas segment. And it goes in, like I said, it goes in Drake Bell, and it basically makes a case to support Alexa Nikolas and how she's absolutely right in suing Kat Tenbar, and how Kat Tenbar is some raging like lefty that shouldn't be allowed to speak. Adam McIntyre as well. Adam McIntyre has spoken out against Alexa Nikolas. Why doesn't she sue him? He's got a way bigger platform than any of the people that she goes after. Look, legal mindset. These people have an agenda. Crazy, right? Crazy. Let me have a look at the chat. I only made a video about Alexa Nikolas in the first place because I saw that she was suing Kat Tenbar. And then when I saw that she'd come up in the Justin Baldoni thing, I was like, yeah, I need to look into this. Did you miss the Vanessa allegation? Yes. We speak about it briefly in the Alexa Nikolas Sloan video, but it looks like one of her old websites that's been repurposed as part of this smear campaign with the backlinks. So bear in mind, it's only because they've identified these backlinks that apparently link back to Jed Wallace. That's, from what I can see, that's as much as the evidence that we have. But yeah, on one of those websites, we found we put it. We looked in the Wayback Machine, and there was stuff talking about Vanessa Hudgens, and then there was like some other weird website in Ireland, some post saying that Alexa Nikolas had leaked the Vanessa Hudgens nudes. This is all way before my time or anyone else that we were discussing it with at the time. So I don't know if there's any validity to any of it. There was mentioned as well. But from what I've seen of the way she carries on with people, it would not surprise me. She is very stalkerish with her behavior, very stalkerish. And you know what the thing about the evidence against her ex-husband is? Yeah, she'll have like screenshots with people like Autumn Whitaker from like 2014 or 2015. But nothing with her husband, of what he did to her when they were living together, which was exactly at the same time. Like, just things like that. My cursor is, as usual, not operating well. You're glad you never attempted to peek into Lex's content. She's a grifter. Yeah, I mean, I looked at a couple of videos, only for my research, and that was enough. But she's one of those people, like Justin Baldoni, that you only have to watch her because she literally tells on herself. So, you don't really have to watch too much. Yes, I've heard that Alexa Nikolas is racist. These are people have come into comments on our videos. Loads of people have come and said on our videos that their experience of Alexa Nikolas being in our community was extremely negative, that they felt targeted and bullied, that there were predators running her admin, you know, I kind of believe them because they've got nothing to gain out of coming to tell us that. In fact, to be honest, I feel kind of good about it. Like, you know, like I feel like they've got an outlet to express it because they tell us that they've been shut down on Reddit. They're like they anywhere else they try and say this stuff, they get blocked or deleted. So, you know, people saying that we censor comments and stuff, we've never censored anyone. Girardi and his third wife. Was it his third wife or his second wife? Erica. So it's funnily enough because I think it was from following Real Housewives content, which I now know is extremely Margarish. I kind of found out about this whole situation with the California bar and how corrupt it was and how there were so many fraudsters on Real Housewives. But yeah, I genuinely think Girardi knew that it was coming on top, and he got his wife on Real Housewives as a kind of a shield, as a cover. To make it look like she was a successful rock star. She wasn't actually just spending the victim's money on cosplaying a successful rock star. But Girardi did get sentenced. He tried to pretend he had dementia as well. The judge ordered an independent assessment of his capacity, and they found that he was fully mental. He had full mental capacity, so he literally pretended to have Alzheimer's to try and get out of his trial, which Erica also tried to peddle on Real Housewives of saying that he'd been in a car crash. I honestly, the commentary about it at the time was actually really funny because a lot of people were not buying her stories, but she was trying to say that Tom had been involved in this car accident and had like rolled over on a hill, and they were like, there's no hills where they live and all of this stuff. But yeah, she put that into the storyline of Real Housewives. Brett Grace is in the chat. This channel looks so astroturfy. You mean the right wing one? It was scary, honestly. It's really scary how much pro right wing content is out there. And they're trying to shut down journalists. And this is another thing that has annoyed me about Alexa in the video that I watched, where she tried to talk about the Justin Baldoni case, even though she didn't have a clue. We can see she fell for the smear campaign from the start because of the fact of them using her ex-husband's music in it, which, I mean, how on earth were they supposed to know any of the stuff that she had alleged? But whatever. That seems to be her only reason for not liking the film or Blake Lively. But yeah, she, in that video, she was talking about, oh, this is so dark with what these PR companies do, and this really needs to be exposed. And I was like, girl, are you dumb? That was the whole point of the New York Times article that he sued them about. Like, seriously, I don't think these people understand how dumb they sound, but yet she gets thousands more views than I do. I mean, not on all her videos, but on her old videos, she used to get views. Hey, really good to see you. Right. Oh my God, you've brought up ex-patriarch. Ooh. So I've been trying to be polite. Okay. But I saw that he went on a podcast the other day of someone that was on The Bachelor that apparently stood up on The Bachelor and said that he'd slept with the girl because he didn't get picked, which it's like, I kind of think that really tells you everything. But yeah, they are basically putting their heads in sand. MJ, I'll give her credit because I think she does a really good job of sticking to the analysis, the legal analysis. But ex-patriarch, he's sticking his head in the sand on this one for sure. I think that it's a bit of clout chasing, basically. But you know, I'm not into that. I'm just telling it how it is. I'm giving all viewpoints, even if it's not necessarily what I want to see. Like the other day, when I had to look into Whitney Webb and all of those allegations, turned out that she was smeared by her ex-boyfriend as well. This is how deep it is. Very often these smears are personal. It's generally someone with a personal grudge. Same thing I've been saying with the BJ, with all the people from Free Britney. She tried to make it seem to us as her viewers that it was all down to Lima. Come to find out, she had a long history of pissing people off in a very toxic troll farmy movement, aka Free Britney. But when someone has a big platform like that, they can literally tell you anything and you will just go along with it because no one's allowed to call it out. All right, let's have a look at that one. That one. Oh, man. Right. Sorry, I had a little glitch there. I can get rid of Tony Buzbee. Right? The only reason why I knew who Blake Lively, who Alexa Nikolas was, is because she kept being talked about in the BJ Investigates community. Otherwise, and then obviously like Ophie Dophie did her commentary, so I think I saw some of that. But not being really someone that was following any of the Nickelodeon stuff, I didn't really know too much about her. I think I even asked my daughter if she watched Zoe 101. Okay, let's get back to this. Right. I think I've given enough of an intro. So, I've already said she's a former actress turned fierce public advocate. Starting in 2022, yeah, Miss Nikolas was the subject of a smear website and social media activity designed to discredit and defame her. It has come to light that the defendants in this case, along with those 1 to 100. So it says up here, Alexa Nikolas versus Bryan, Freedman, Melissa Nathan, and John Doe's 1 to 10. I don't know where she got 1 to 100 from, unless it's a typo. We're behind this website and social media activity. The truth is finally revealed. Okay, so let's just give some facts here. In 2022, Melissa Nathan was not working for TAG. She was working for Matthew Hiltzig on the Johnny Depp campaign. Bryan Freedman was representing Milos until 2022 when the lawsuit was dropped. I believe that in the summer of 2022 was when she did her protest outside Bryan Freedman's office, which, according to her stalker, it was one of her other team members that let her know about Bryan Freedman's history. She was meant to be going for a meeting, or she did have a meeting, with United Talent Agency, which is legally represented by Bryan Freedman. And apparently that didn't bother her. These are all just extra bits of context that I think is important to get into the narrative. The truth is finally revealed. Yeah, so the idea that Katie Case and Melissa Nathan were working for Hiltzig at this time, writing the content for these things, I find very unlikely. However, I'm still open-minded. We will see what comes out in court. Plaintiff Alexa Nikolas is a former actress turned... Oh, sorry, I just read that. In 2024, Justin Baldoni retained defendant Melissa Nathan, a veteran communications strategist, in the wake of Ms. Lively's accusations against him. Defendant Nathan had formerly been with Hiltzig Strategies and then launched her own PR firm, the Agency Group, also in 2024. Also important to note, Scooter Braun's involvement. Because, as we pointed out in our video, a couple of the other members, or at least one of the members of Eat Predators, the sort of initial leaders of it that we saw at that little launch video that we played at the end of our video, Melissa Schulman and Shelley August. I know Shelley August wasn't in Eat Predators, but she went on Sloane's channel to announce that she was suing Diplo. And apparently, according to Chris, the PR guy, who I find extremely suspicious, the Shelley August and not Melissa Schulman, the other one, their websites had one of them websites had mutated into the Shelley August website. That's what he said. I don't know how to verify that information, but it just seems like that's a little bit of a Scooter Braun connection, because Shelley August said she has known Scooter Braun since she was a teenager and that he taught her everything about digital marketing. Defendant Nathan has represented Johnny Depp, Logan Paul, Hyde, Rebel Wilson, and others. She is one of the most prominent communication strategists representing high-profile individuals accused of misconduct. Specifically, she represented Johnny Depp during his legal proceedings with Amber Heard concerning her allegations of abuse against him. So now you're jumping on the Amber Heard bandwagon. Defendant Bryan Freedman is an attorney in Los Angeles, California, who has built his career over more than 2 decades representing high-profile individuals. Defendant Freedman presents himself as one of the most powerful and most feared people in the media industry. Bryan Freedman remains, more than anyone else in this industry, the last phone call anyone wants to get. Ms. Nikolas herself is a survivor of abuse. She has since dedicated her life and career to amplifying the voices of survivors of sexual abuse against those in the entertainment industry. Ms. Nikolas now organizes this work through her company, Eat Predators. Alongside her work, she has been battling false narratives disseminated about her. But which false narratives? Please. That's a disputed fact right there. That's a disputed fact right there. That Twitter account I showed, that literally shows everything about Drake Bell that she was being criticized for. Ophie Dophie simply commented on the fact that Kat Tembarge was trying to put an article together about her and asked her some completely rational questions, and she refused to answer them and had a meltdown, and then sort of like rage baited her into joining a live chat, which didn't really go well for her. And then she ended up suing her when the article was dropped, because according to her publisher, which was NBC, I think, they were like, this story isn't going to get enough traction for us. The lawyer, is it Nissim? I think it was him. He sent them a threatening email, just like Bryan Freedman does. These are two peas in a pod, Freedman and Buzbee, except one's slightly more racist and Republican, I think, than the other. Specifically that she fabricates claims of abuse. These false narratives were published in a smear website, alexanicholas.net, that has fueled hatred against her for years. Okay, again, I think I've shown that she's had many relationships which have been extremely toxic and extremely antagonistic, that had nothing to do with that website. They were just people that she had been friends with, hung around with, apparently did substances with. Ms. Nikolas' work began as a true boots on the ground grassroots organization. I'm so glad I'm doing this, because anyone reading this that didn't know could just go along with it. Whereas from our research, we know this is not true. Exactly, as well. There's those other two girls. I forgot about them. The other two girls, Kaylee and I think the other one begins with C as well. Well, she pissed them off. She's pissed off so many people, and these are people that already had their own platforms, that know how to use social media, that know how to write blog posts. Nothing to do with that website. They came to these. They felt like that because of how they were treated by her. All individual, separate, different cases coming to the same conclusion is not the result of a smear website. She personally organized in-person protests in LA. I think, again, one of those girls would disagree with that, because they said they organized it. Then one of them, she shamed her in one of her live streams, saying that she'd stolen money. That's a defamatory statement, saying someone who's an activist organizer has stolen money from an organization. That's a really defamatory thing to say. with handmade signs for Eat Predators. They didn't look very handmade to me as someone that genuinely makes handmade signs for a living. Those were printed out. The groups of protesters would sometimes include other survivors of abuse. In 2023, Ms. Nikolas transitioned her platform to YouTube to reach a wider audience where she continues to create content designed to support survivors. Before Eat Predators, Ms. Nikolas had roles in The Walking Dead, Zoe 101, and various other TV programs and movies from 1998 to 2013. So those websites that I was showing you earlier and Twitter accounts were in 2009. I think we're right in thinking that she did have some fans, and I don't think those people were English speaking. The English was a little shaky. Andrew Brettler was one of her lawyers. Yeah, no, I know. Exactly. Andrew Brettler defended Prince Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew. Oh, he was the one that sent the email? Right. Right. Okay, so I was reading the Epstein files the other day, right? And I specifically went into the role that some of these MAGA content creators, like House in Habit, who was anti-Amber Heard. No, wait, was she anti-Amber? I can't even remember because people don't. There's no consistency. Anyway, she's fully MAGA. She supported Ghislaine Maxwell and her and a bunch of others. Some guy called Tommy something or other. This ex-boyfriend of, was it Tommy? Anyway, Johnny Vedmore, who's an ex-boyfriend of Whitney Webb, a few others, okay? Their content is not based on fact. Their content is based on an agenda, an angle, a position. They harassed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein so badly. And one of them in particular, Victoria Harvey, is a defender of Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew. Do I think that Andrew Brettler had anything to do with that? 100. 100. Danny Masterson as well. It's a pattern. It's a pattern of online harassment and bullying where they give talking points. This guy, I wish I could remember his name. He was saying stuff about to Virginia Giuffre, you need to pay back that money to the royal family. Like, this is just some random guy. It's something like Tanks or Tanks. I'm like, people in the UK don't even think that. I don't see people doing that to Alexa Nikolas. They're speaking out on their own platforms, saying what they think about her. Kat Hembard, she said, come into my live chat. I'll see you there tonight. Kat Hembard went into the live chat with Adam McIntyre, and they were literally defending the position of the victim of Drake Bell and trying to explain to everyone that what she was doing wasn't ethical. It wasn't an online attack the way she describes. Anyway, let me not get too carried away. I'm just explaining it for anyone who doesn't know. Ms. Nikolas also had entered into a relationship with musical artist Michael Milosh. Unfortunately, the relationship was abusive, according to her. After some time some time trying to heal from the same, Ms. Nikolas eventually came forward with civil legal claims against her ex, accusing him of SA. Just for the purposes of context, I'm not being cynical, but it literally happened after he stopped paying her what's it called? When you are divorced and you have to pay money. He went on paying her something like 18 months after he was meant to, because he felt bad because she was stressing him, saying she was going to be homeless because she didn't have a job. Ms. Nikolas, this is all recorded, documented fact on Rain on Your Charade. You can go and find it. Ms. Nick, or you can look it up yourself. It's all, and she puts it in her own court documents. Ms. Nikolas chose to do this in part to show other survivors that they could be brave enough to do the same. Defendant Freedman undertook representation of her ex-husband to defend him against Ms. Nikolas's lawsuit. Ms. Nikolas wanted to understand who her ex's attorney was and why someone who had previously represented individuals in her position, survivors of SA, would represent her ex-husband. Or don't you think it's odd that you get people who have represented perpetrators of it, who are actually in jail right now, or in the case of formerly Prince Andrew, pictured in the Epstein files with very young girls lying on the floor in strange positions? Don't you think it's odd that you would choose them to represent you? Do people not have the right to ask that? Why you would do that? To her disgust, Plaintiff discovered that Bryan Freedman has also been accused of SA, specifically of violent gang. She subsequently discovered that he had reportedly paid thousands of dollars to settle the claim. Upon discovering the court documents that revealed the allegations against defendant Freedman, Ms. Nikolas hosted an Eat Predators protest outside of defendant Freedman's office in 2022. This was in line with her other protest, as it called out an individual in the entertainment industry accused of SA who had also represented other accused of the same. Shortly before, defendant Freedman, who had also positioned himself as a lawyer for survivors of abuse and assault in the entertainment industry, for example, in 2020, he represented FKA Twigs in her lawsuit against Shia LaBeouf, accusing the latter of SA. Alongside her protests at his office, plaintiff created YouTube videos and Instagram posts about the allegations against defendant Freedman, as this was in line with her work. But was it also a little bit personal? That was what your colleagues wanted to know, your former colleagues. Your former partners, I should say, your former activists. That same year, media outlets began taking interest in Ms. Nikolas's protests, including those about defendant Freedman. While covering the rest of the Eat Predators protests, some media outlets suspiciously excluded her protests outside of defendant Freedman's office. It was around the same time that Ms. Nikolas was corresponding with various media outlets about her Bryan Freedman protests that a smear website was created about Ms. Nikolas, alexanicholas.net. It appears that whomever wanted the story about defendant Freedman buried also tried to bury Miss Nikolas. She only later learned that defendant Freedman himself was a conspirator behind the PR machine that attacked her. Right, I need someone in the chat. Was anyone there? Because what we heard from Speaking to Shift was they didn't really start talking about those websites till the end of 22-23. Now, knowing how Alexa Nikolas acts, if she'd have known about those smear websites, she would have been speaking up about it surely a lot sooner than that. I think that just about sums it up. Hypocrisy, inability to take criticism, compulsive oversharing, inflated self-image. Yeah. All of those very nicely sum it up. And I think that's fair. I don't think we're even being too hard on the girl. But yeah, I feel like her timeline has changed with the awareness of this website, because she very much accused Shift of being behind the website and the social media accounts, and she accused him of stalking her at the beginning of 2023. So if she's known about these websites since 2022, I'm just confused about the timeline. How would he have made the websites before he even knew her? And is she going to retract that he created those websites as well, is what I want to know. And I'm sure he wants to know, but he's not allowed to speak about it. I don't know if I told you as well. Did I tell you that she hired another legal firm? A slightly more low budget one, I think, to send a cease and desist to Katie from Online Bullshit about our video because my name was mentioned in it. I'm just saying. We were accused of being part of the smear campaign by 2 of her fans who disappeared. The smear website contained damaging lies about Miss Nikolas. These same lies began circulating around Twitter from a Twitter account that was created after the website. It doesn't make no sense. Nothing about this timeline makes any sense. The username was Alexa Nikolas 21. Okay, so did I get rid of the... Yeah, I did, didn't I? I closed the X21. Okay, let's get it up again. It'll take a while. I think it's going to show it anyway. At the time, Ms. Nikolas did not know who created the website or the Twitter account, so she accused Shift then without knowing who was behind it. Interesting. And has only recently discovered those behind it. Years later, in December of 2024, actress Blake Lively filed a lawsuit about Only and his production company, Wayfarer Studios, for claims of sexual harassment on the set of It Ends With Us. Miss Lively's lawsuit included claims alleging a retaliation campaign waged against her by Baldoni and his PR team, led by defendant Nathan, in response to her coming forward with her allegations of harassment, which I totally fell for. In her lawsuit, it is alleged that Justin Baldoni retained Jennifer Abel, Melissa Nathan, and a Texas-based contractor named Jed Wallace, among others. Oh my God, I just remembered another thing about about Tony Buzbee, yeah? He fiddles around with Wikipedia. He's a Wikipedia editor. That came out in the Jay-Z and him lawsuit. Yeah, he likes to edit history, does old Tony Buzbee. To engage in an online campaign to shift the narrative against Miss Lively. In her lawsuit, Miss Lively specifically testified that Bryan Freedman, her opposing party's lawyer taking her deposition, was directly involved in the smear campaign against her. When did the smear campaign end? Objection. This is Blake Lively in deposition. It doesn't feel like it's ended. It's still ongoing. It feels that way, yes. Who do you believe is involved in the ongoing smear campaign? I believe, outside of what I know through attorneys, I believe involved. Which ones do you believe you are? Ms. Lively's lawsuit sparked others, including one filed by Stephanie Jones, a publicist who owns Jones Works LLC. Jones Works previously represented Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer Studios in 2025. I have a live stream on my YouTube channel which gives a full reading of the Stephanie Jones lawsuit. I was going to try and bring it up quickly. Let me show you. Let me show you. For anyone who's interested, this video right here only got 84 views. That's only 84 people want to hear the entire Stephanie Jones full lawsuit reading. Yeah, so Stephanie Jones is suing Jennifer Abel, I forgot her name for a minute, because she breached her employment contract by setting up her own business and poaching Justin Baldoni as a client. Therefore, she also used the same phone for her personal and work and was emailing herself lots of confidential and IP prohibited documents to herself. She was stealing from the company. She was asked to hand back her phone. And that's how we got all these messages. But NYT article. Okay. The parties in both Lively and the Jones lawsuits engaged in discovery throughout 2025. None of which Alexa Nikolas seems to be very familiar with. In December of 2025, Ms. Jones moved to amend her pleading to add causes of action against the defendant, Melissa Nathan, and other defendants in that lawsuit as discovery had allegedly revealed that there was evidence that defendant Nathan, in concert with other Doe defendants, had engaged in a smear campaign against Jones. This campaign included websites similar to AlexaNicholas.net that targeted Ms. Jones. Among other revelations, discovery in that case uncovered that it appeared that defendant Nathan's contractor, Jed Wallace, with Street Rate Relations, Inc., engaged in a practice of creating highly offensive and negative online content against individuals, including women, who accuse powerful individuals of SA with the clear intent of destroying those individuals' reputations. That is true, but I think what's a lot more serious is that they actually cover up when a woman has died. Like Camilla Sterling. I've not heard Alexa Nikolas talk about that. I don't think I've heard her talk about any of the other victims except possibly one, which was the influencer girl. But yeah, I think being involved in the cover-up of a woman's death is so disgusting. And the Alexander brothers as well. Another woman died there. When I was reading the Epstein files, it turned out that Epstein, who Melissa Nathan went to see, whether she wants to deny it or not, she's on the itinerary of that day. Unless she was taken ill that day, which she never said she was, she went to that meeting and she worked on the account. And because they're spelling so bad, I found other messages from July of 2017 where Hiltzig is giving them advice. So it's very fair to say that he engaged with Hiltzig for quite some time. But yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was involved in trying to broker a deal. If you haven't seen my live stream from the weekend, please go and watch it. I had to re-upload it if you're in the UK because it copyright struck me, the BBC. But a woman died in London in 2008, apparently at the hands of a Bahrain billionaire's son called Farouk Abdulhaq. His son fled back to Egypt and then to Yemen and hid out. And then his dad, who was like really good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, was given the contact details of someone from the UK justice system, the director of public prosecutions, to go and have a meeting with him to try and sort out how they could come to some kind of agreement over his punishment if he handed himself in. These are the kind of people that she's worked for. I think that's a lot more serious than this, but whatever, let's get back to it. The websites identified in the Jones case included AlexaNikolas.net as another one of defendant Nathan and her team's smear campaigns. Data and activity that showed evidence of common authorship between Alexa Nikolas and the sites discussed in Jones. These websites also included, but are not limited to, look-back fraud. So, it's really interesting that on the lookbackfraud.com website, as I've already said, Joe Dunn is on there. Joe Dunn was represented by Mark Garagos for years. Joe Dunn was accused of corruption. Joe Dunn is really similar to the Tony Buzbee history. Joe Dunn was a debarred senator, as a debarred lawyer, a senator, who allegedly was paid bribe money by Tom Girardi. I personally just find it really odd that Bryan Freedman would want to defame his own partner. I just find it really odd. I mean, not his own partner, but like him and Mark Garagos are pretty tight. And I don't think Mark Garagos fell out with Joe Dunn. I mean, I've not seen anything about it. Unless there's something we don't know. Stephanie Jones Lies.com, StephanieJonesLeaks.com, minhejin.net, PaigeJimenez.com, AmandaGhostSucks.com, and AlexanderBrothersExtorted.com. The amended Jones complaint alleged that the evidence revealed during discovery connected the smear websites and social media accounts targeting Jones and Jones works to other sites that appear to be authored by defendant Nathan's team and contractors, including Jed Wallace. These websites followed a pattern that suggesting there was evidence of common authorship between the Jones websites and other websites identified in the amended complaint briefing. Lookbackfraud.com is a website targeted at individuals who have allegedly falsely accused individuals in the entertainment industry of SA. The website identifies Ms. Nikolas as some sort of criminal participant, with California attorney Joe Dunn as individuals bringing forward civil claims of SA. I mean, technically, Joe Dunn has been accused of criminal activity, corruption. Defendant Freedman represented Ms. Nikolas' ex-husband when she brought claims of SA assault against him. Ms. Nikolas has not engaged in any sort of criminal activity with Joe Dunn, but the baseless accusation has followed her and eat predators for years. I don't know, because it took me a long time to kind of find out all of this information, and I was researching and looking into it. So that video that I found where they do that little launch with Jeff Anderson only has a couple of thousand views. Was it even a couple of thousand? I think a lot of people don't know that Joe Dunn was associated with Alexa Nikolas. Does anyone else have anything to say on it? I think my chat's frozen. Oh, there we go. Let me have a look at my chat. She was walking in the mall and she got the text. I know. That was the that live stream was painful, I tell you. I really hope I don't have to watch any more of her. Right? Let's get the facts right. Jones is also suing Abel for her participation in a defamatory Business Insider article and a defamatory website. Yes, it was more than just a website. And we believe that a former client of Stephanie Jones was asked to participate in that article. Someone who Stephanie Jones says she helped go from obscurity to a very good position. We guessed it could be Jamila Jamil. Who's also claiming to be a victim in this whole thing. Like, her private messages have been shown to the world. It's not there. Yada yada. None of these people accept any accountability for how they got where they were. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're asking about the cease and desist? Yeah, we okay, so Katie, I was hoping she was going to join us today, but she's probably at work. So yeah, Katie got a cease and desist saying that we had, because we'd interviewed Shift, that it was a breach of his restraining order, that that he was now using our platform to harass her or something along those lines. But I mean, I personally thought it was nonsense because we didn't do any of those things. He didn't say anything defamatory. He was literally giving us some kind of like bits and pieces about some of the history that, you know, because he was engaged in her organization. He didn't say anything defamatory about her, nor did he use our platform to harass her. Katie has 140 subscribers. Can you believe it? This is how she acts, but she wants to play a victim. Oh my god, I can't see the rest of the chat. It's really annoying. Okay. Let me carry on. I know. I must admit I thought it was ridiculous when I saw it. A smear campaigns are created by a network of press relations personnel, attorneys and contractors, including named defendants Doe's 1 to 100. I don't know if there is 100 or 10. I really don't. These smear campaigns, 100 sounds like an awful lot. These smear campaigns include social media activity, press coverage, litigation, and in some cases, defamatory smear websites. How is it, Caitlin? I know. Honestly, I really couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. But we were in the middle of making the part 3 and we just carried on and made it. Like where was I? Another website, sorry. For example, the Jones website targets publicist Stephanie Jones and suggests she leaks client information. Bryan Freedman represents Justin Baldoni, whom Jones is currently suing. Melissa Nathan also represents Mr. Baldoni. By the way, in Justin Baldoni's deposition, because I'm sure not everyone's read it. Stephanie Jones says that she was so upset when she heard about the article or saw the article that she turned to Justin Baldoni, her client of 5 years, and asked him if he wouldn't mind saying something in support of her. He was angry that she was upset and used it against her and said that she wasn't mentally stable enough to be his publicist anymore. While I'm doing this live, Katie's just texted me. She's seen the Hollywood Reporter article. I'm going to message her back. I'm not going to tell you what she said, but it was a bit rude. Yeah, I think that this is a publicity campaign by Alexa Nikolas, the fact in that article. And then the day the article comes out, she's filed this lawsuit via a Reddit site, a Reddit page. But anyway, let me carry on. Another website, amandaghosts.com, horrifically accuses entertainment executive Amanda Ghost of being the Indian Ghislaine Maxwell. You know what I want to say as well, yeah? When I just said about Chris, the PR guy, yeah. So Chris, the PR guy, I've been suspicious of him for ages. He was the person that announced about these backlinks, linking these smear websites. So I always thought that was a little bit fishy because it just happened to be at the time when Baldoni employed Diddy's ex-lawyer, Alexandra, whatever her name is. I forgot her name for a minute. But yeah, so it was at that time. I have been talking about Jed Wallace since day one. I have been talking about Melissa Nathan since day one. Me and Katie did it together back in, I'm going to say late August or September. I made a video in September talking about the websites, talking about the surveillance stuff they do on anyone that speaks out against Logan Paul. Now, Chris, the PR guy, is claiming that he's been receiving DMs to stop talking about it and all of this. I have never, in all of my time doing all of my lives, all of these videos that I've made about this content, have I ever had anyone say anything threatening or anything along the lines of, you need to stop talking about this. I've had trolls come into the live chat, yes. They have been genuine people because I have looked at their pages. They have tried to make me feel bad, saying I don't have enough people watching my videos, or I hate men, or just stupid things like that. So yeah, I just am very skeptical about people that say that Jed Wallace and Melissa Nathan are trying to silence them, because I've not really noticed it. The only person who's tried to silence us is Alexa Nikolas. So, anyway, Miss Ghost is in ongoing litigation against Rebel Wilson that includes claims of defamation due to the smear website taken out against her. No. I don't think that's strictly true. She's suing her for defamation because she accused her of SA. It has nothing to do with the websites. The website was just what we noticed when the text messages got released, and she was like, Rebel needs one of those sites. And then it was said, what copy should I use? And she said the voice note from Jed talking about the Indian Ghislaine Maxwell. I then went and looked. I don't know what prompted me to look, but I think it was the Pinterest or the Twitter or something. And that was when I saw the website, and I said, oh my God, do they do this for all their clients? I was kind of joking about it, but that wasn't the reason for the lawsuit at all. It was because they would made a film together. Again, they've not even done that. This is where you know they haven't even done their proper research into the case. Amanda Ghost made a film that Rebel Wilson was involved in a film. She wasn't in it. She was a co-director or something of a film that Amanda Ghost was producing, and Rebel Wilson wanted it to be shown at a film festival, and it wasn't. So she was upset, and probably because it wasn't going to be a big film, so she probably wasn't going to make a lot of money out of it. So she went on Instagram Live and accused Amanda Ghost of essaying one of the cast. The cast member, who it was, Charlotte McKinns, I think her name is, she said that is absolutely not true. That did not happen. And Amanda Ghost and her partner said that Rebel Wilson hadn't really contributed much to the film. She was really late on the set, and she was expecting a much bigger credit than what she got. That's what the lawsuit was about. In that case, overseeing judge just ordered a deposition of one of defendants in Nathan's employees, Katie Case, as it appeared from her testimony that there was a relevant pattern and practice of creating websites at defendant Nathan's direction. Miss Nikolas' website was part of this pattern and practice. PageGimenez.com. They're really treading on dangerous ground with this wording. I think. I'm not a lawyer. PageGimenez.com accuses Miss Jimenez, an influencer, of being connected to Matthew Perry's death. Now, sorry to laugh. I'm not laughing about Matthew Perry's death, but having Brett Grace in the chat, I hope you don't mind me saying this, Brett Grace, but we're in a safe space here. Weren't you contacted about the Ketamine Queen? You don't have to say anything, but between me and you, you're for wasting Freedman and Nathan's time and money. I mean, yeah, there is that. But the thing that bothers me, okay, in all seriousness, I don't think this is doing any favors to Blake Lively's case. Honestly, this has been my worst suspicion, is that it's a red herring, and that they're going to be made to look. They're not going to be able to prove that those websites trace back, and they're going to be made to look really stupid. That's my worst fear. I'm going to come clean with you all now. I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be really hard to prove it. Your head exploded when you saw my post about Melissa Nathan being in the fire. I know. I mean, I really didn't think she would be that. I didn't even have that one on my bingo card, to be honest with you. But yeah, all of them, all of those tag girls, their moral compass is slightly lacking. Oops. Oh, there we go. Both sides suck. Yes. I think the first comment in the chat before I came on was something along those lines. I agree. This is actually so bad for Alexa in terms of if people are going to fall for this shit and she's going to start being adopted by this right-wing MAGA crowd. I agree with that. Alexa basically being made a victim, her entire personality, and obviously as we see these past few years, it hasn't been very healthy on her mental state. She hasn't healed. That literally reminds me of Justin Baldoni, to be honest with you. That's exactly how he acts. He hasn't healed. Being a victim has been his entire personality. Alexandra Shapiro, thank you, Kayla. I think Daily Dose of Dana also spoke about receiving DMs from someone we all know. Yeah, I just get the feeling that Chris, the PR guy, because he said he got that same release, that statement from Bryan Freedman, And I'm like, this guy has always made me feel suspicious. Now he's really making me feel suspicious. Like, I feel like he's a double agent. And he sends people DMs, which is really creepy and weird. We know not enough people support our side, that's the problem. Well, you know, people talk about censorship and suppression. Yeah, try having 66 videos, 66 views on your video about Jed Wallace. If they really cared about supporting the truth, they would be over here watching my videos or at least just liking them or something for engagement, but no. There's something there with Chris the PR guy. Yeah, I haven't completely I don't know. Look, I always like to think not the best of people, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt until they really oh until they really show their true colours. Online BS pod is in the chat. Woo! um, Rebel Wilson is definitely a little weird. I definitely put her in the same group as Jamila Jamil, honestly, and they move in very similar circles. I can say whatever yeah. So I thought that thing about Matthew Perry's death was really weird because so Brett Grace and me know each other, we sort of have mutual contacts through the fashion industry. And he said to me when Matthew Perry died that the ketamine queen, who was accused of providing him with the deadly ketamine, was following me on Instagram, which was so weird because he thought that I knew her, and I was like, no. But yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of articles coming out about who supplied the ketamine. So, you like the idea of Freedman and Nathan being inconvenienced? I mean, I guess, but there's so much to work with in terms of like, do you know what I find really frustrating is as I said about Coffeezilla. Like he was actually talking about Matthew Hiltzig being in the Epstein files, and he was like, "Well, he's some big PR guy, I guess." And I'm like, "Oh, I wanted to jump in the screen and tell him." You need to look into him. But then I'm like, maybe he does know and he's pretending he doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes with Coffeezilla, but those guys are really all up in his own legal documents with the Logan Paul lawsuit. Chris, the PR guy, sends people DMs. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Apparently, quite a few people. Being represented by Tony Buzbee just reads as a scam, right? Lively is the one with artificial breathing. I know. I mean, I secretly kind of wish that Jay-Z and Blake Lively would give me some artificial boosting, but my content is so the opposite of what everyone else is saying. I don't get a look at. You think Garner is telling the truth about receiving DMs? Non-threatening. Chris is just trying to get views. I 100%. Chris is so obviously using. I think he's actually pretending to be on the side of Blake Lively, and I don't think he's doing a very good job just to boost his TikTok account. Really and truly, I don't know why anyone can't see it. He's tried to do. He has a Substack. He has a Threads and all these other things, and not really doing that well. And I think he saw this as an opportunity to start building his platform. Um, I'm being paid by Ryan Reynolds to do these videos. I know. I know. It's really funny that what people come out with. I do find some of the trolls amusing. The one that said that I was a man hater really made me laugh, honestly. Did Coffee not wanting to out Mr. Beast as a Hiltzig client? A lot of YouTubers. I actually made a video being slightly critical of CoffeeZilla. It wasn't like anything too deep. It was just after he got sued, and he said he did an investigation into Mr. Beast being a crypto scammer. And I just did a sort of reaction critique saying that I didn't really think he'd done an investigation. He just used someone else's investigation on Twitter and kind of fact checked it and then called it an investigation. And I mean, it was pretty lighthearted, but it got like 1,000 views, and I did get some people like being supportive about it. But yeah, it's just really difficult to know with someone like CoffeeZilla, because he's obviously got a real sophisticated operation going on there, and you just don't know what is going on behind the scenes. Alexa thinks me and Online BS Pod have got the same number of subscribers as Ethan Klein, right? It's like literally no one can have a say apart from her. But then at the same time, she's like, "Oh, it's so dark. These PR companies trying to silence people." It's just so, it just sounds so stupid me saying it out loud, but that is literally what she's doing. Okay, let me carry on. These allegations are not only preposterous, apparently harmful, and obviously designed to bury Ms. Jimenez. Upon information and belief, Ms. Jimenez was targeted because she was simply dating one of defendant Freedman's clients' sons. What? Because I did actually look Paige Jimenez up, and she seems to be someone who works for TikTok or has worked for TikTok. As a sort of TikTok marketer. Well, she's been in a few relationships, so I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, it does seem like he could be making these websites. But how seriously do people take them? Number one. Number two, as I said before, in my deep dive into the websites, I found out that the financial guy that he's suing, well, the tech guy with the glasses, Christian Lang, the social media account that he was sort of threatening him with were genuinely made by his ex-girlfriend. So again, that doesn't add up with her claims that these are created by the PR company. You could argue that they're curated because, as I was going to show on the X account, let me see if I can try and bring it up. Nope, I don't want Inner City Press. I want Alexa Nikolas, there it is. Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute. I'll give that a second to load. Right, where was I? Right. Upon information and belief, Miss Jimenez was targeted because she was simply dating one of defendant Freedman's client's sons, and they wanted the relationship to end. I mean, these people are psychos. They are. They genuinely are. So emboldened by his ability to get away with threatening and smearing individuals in the past, defendant Freeman directly sent Miss Jimenez a copy of her website, cementing his connection to her site. Right. Okay. Is Paige Jimenez going to sue Bryan Freedman, though? I don't think you can. The Jones motion to amend the complaint included an exhibit, which is an expert report by Brian Horton of Breadcrumb Cybersecurity, noting that for Miss Nikolas's site, there was evidence of common authorship between her material and pages mentioning the Alexander brothers and Jed Wallace. Previously, the Alexander brothers had retained defendant Nathan. Some of the Alexander brothers and Jed Wallace content appeared to author some of the Stephanie Jones content. The Jones content appears to have common authorship evidence with the Amanda Ghost content. There is a tangled web of connections between this content, which explicitly includes that authored about plaintiff. The evidence uncovered in the Lively and Jones cases has revealed that Ms. Nikolas was a victim of a smear campaign taken from the playbook of Melissa Nathan, Bryan Freedman, and Doe's 1 to 100. Miss Nikolas has suffered severe damage caused by the lies published about her, and only now has learned the identities of some of those responsible. Throughout discovery, Ms. Nikolas will identify anyone and everyone else involved in defaming her. Uh-oh. Oh my God. This is a little bit scary, only because she is a little bit scary. Right. Let me just show you this account they're talking about. Oh. Wait, is it my connection? That might be my connection. It's saying no items found. Oh no, there we go. This is replies. Funny how she pops back up every once in a while with some new grift. It's usually in a new woe is me story, putting whoever might be in the news lately on blast with some made up anecdote that involves her. Was this person psychic? That was said in July 2025. Anytime she needs more donations, she comes out of the woodworks with some new accusation, usually latching on to whoever has been in the news lately. I mean, this couldn't have come at a better time for her. She can't help herself. Whatever may get her some more attention and or his money is what she'll say. Oh, Lilo Stitch. They've been in our comments. Yeah, he was absolutely correct. It's just a constant stream of accusations in order to keep the grift going. I won't lie, Jonah Hill calling Alexa Nikolas a serial accuser was iconic because at that time I found him gross for saying that. But now, a year later, he was right. And we really need to address some more. Oh wow. See, this tweet actually shows that people are biased. If someone accuses someone they already don't like and think are disgusting of something, they immediately think it's true because they're like, oh, I knew there was something off about them. Now, we all do it. I'm sure a lot of people think the accusations against Jay-Z are true. But unfortunately, I haven't found anything to corroborate any assaults that he has done. Actually, in one of my videos, I showed the infamous lift CCTV when Solange Knowles started attacking him, and he just stands there. He just stands there. He's not violent to her at all. Foxy Brown, who everyone's often always suspected him of being in a relationship underage, she came out last year and said, "You all want me to speak about this guy, and it's not going to happen. There's nothing bad happened. You all need to take my name out of your mouth." She's had really serious anger issues over the years. What else? Oh yeah, I already said about Liz Crokin. And Jaguar Wright are the main people that are behind all the conspiracies. Unfortunately, and there's some other mad woman that's been saying that her godson is his son. She's just lost her case again. Like, these people that come out and say that their people's lost children, it's kind of a phenomenon at the moment. But unfortunately, it's just not true. That is not his son. So look, this person in 2024 is saying, "Oh wow, so based on what was shared last week on lookbackfraud.com, it turns out Alexa and Jodan were running a fraud ring. This is pretty wild even for her." That was in 2024. She was saying the defamation goes back to 2022. These very tweets prove or disprove what her claims are. Someone here says, "I showed Kat how to get them from the police. Meanwhile, maybe you should read what the text says. You just posted telling on yourself." That was her trying to defend this idea of saying that what's his name? Drake Bell wasn't a pedo when he was literally charged with child endangerment. She started real early with the bullshit and it got worse. Oh, this person said, "Alexa, you have no right to talk about school killings when you made this conspiracy theory back in 2013 when you were barely 21. Oh my God. Busted. Busted. Uh-oh, not Sandy Hook. Not Sandy Hook that conspiracy theorist Alex Jones targeted. She's a hypocrite and a big one at that. For real, watch herself get old. So basically, this account, this Alexa Nikolas troll account, is literally just retweeting what other people are saying. I don't know who it is, but she's saying it's Bryan Freedman. I can't wait to find out. I hope we do find out. Okay, where was I? There is a tangled web of connections. We made a web. We made a people web. It's on my community post. On my community page, I should say. Alexa Nikolas is on it. So is Jodan. So are all of them. Between this content, which explicitly includes that authored about plaintiff, the evidence uncovered in the Lively and Jones cases has revealed that Ms. Nikolas was a victim of a smear campaign taken from the playbook of Melissa Nathan. I would argue that your smear campaign against your ex-husband was taken directly from the playbook of Melissa Nathan. Bryan, Freedman, and Doe's 1 to 100. Miss Nikolas had suffered severe damage caused by the lies published about her, and now, only now, has learned the identities of some of those responsible. Throughout discovery, Ms. Nikolas will identify anyone and everyone else involved in defaming her. Sorry, I already read that. Never mind. So good, I read it twice. The full extent of the facts linking such fictitiously sued defendants are unknown to the plaintiff at this time. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and therefore thereupon alleges, that each of the defendants designated herein as a Doe was and is liable for the same causes of action alleged herein or in some other actionable manner, or is otherwise responsible for the events and happenings hereinafter referred to in some other actionable manner, legally and proximately caused the herein after described injuries and damages to plaintiff. Plaintiff will hereafter seek leave of the court to amend this complaint to show the defendant's true names and capacities after the same have been ascertained. This girl has a platform with over 200,000 subscribers. She could come on to it any day of the week and deny these accusations. Most of the other people that she talks about in these in the websites, in the smear website things, Jimenez has a big platform, huge platform on Instagram. Amanda Ghost, I don't think, well, she doesn't really use social media. She's an executive. Not that executives don't use social media, but I think that's why they took those, they opened those accounts. It was just a troll move to, like, so she couldn't take them for herself. Some of the people don't have a platform. Alexa Nikolas has a very big platform, and like I showed, there's YouTube channels like this one. Everyone is finding out. Think before you sleep. Making content in support of her. Literally speaking about people that have criticized her. This guy has 1 million subscribers. She's trying to say she's a victim. It's really crazy. Alexa doesn't provide any substance to investigate. That part. She's not going to add anything to this. This is for PR 100. Jaguar Wright also thinks Jay-Z killed Aaliyah to boost Beyonce's career. I mean, okay, so another video I made during the Diddy coverage was about Sean Atwood. I spoke about Sean Atwood on the weekend. It turns out one of the main women that was smearing Whitney Webb, Kirby Summers, her name is, she goes on Sean Atwood's channel all the time. Tony Buzbee went on Sean Atwood's channel to talk about Diddy and Jay-Z. They had to delete all of that content because Jay-Z's solicitor, Alex Spiros, sent a legal letter. You've allowed someone on your platform to make completely unfounded claims, serious claims. if you don't want to have legal action taken against you, you might want to remove that content, which he did. That is defamatory. Having a channel like Piers Morgan has a massive platform. He goes on all of the biggest platforms as well. You can't just go on there and say something about someone completely unfounded. But yeah, so I made this video called Sean Atwood and the P. Diddy scammers, because at the time, so many channels were using Jaguar Wright as a source and posting her content in their videos as to what P. Diddy had been doing at the freak-offs, which we now know the freak-offs were so far from what they alleged. The freak-offs were, and you can see even Tony Buzbee was talking about it in his press announcements. They were just him and people he'd privately recruited as his girlfriend in a hotel room that he got his staff to set up for him and clear up the mess of. But for months and months and months, people were still talking about these freak-offs being parties. And it all turned out to be total bullshit because they were listening to Jaguar Wright. But yeah, so she had previously to Diddy being arrested, because I had sort of heard about her like a long time ago. She had brought this girl to stay with her who was claiming to be Aaliyah and R. Kelly's daughter. So I posted a clip of it on that video. It didn't do too badly, actually. That got a couple of thousand views. You hate Jonah Hill? I don't even know who he is. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think most of these people are sleazebags that they talk about. The tragic day that Piers, I laughed so hard the day that Piers. Oops. I'm still here. Here we go. Okay, I just want to talk quickly about victims, because so when we made our Alexa Nikolas video, someone posted a comment which said something like, oh, we can't believe all victims, I guess. And I said, look, I don't want that to be the message of the video at all. I definitely don't. And that's why I feel strongly about these people as well, because they are making it. It's going to be much harder to now take victims seriously because of how they've like flooded the zone with misinformation. But you should definitely believe someone until they give you a reason not to, and she's given us many reasons not to. I think that's fair. I'm back. I know. Sorry. Okay, let's crack on. Let's crack on. Right. The court has jurisdiction over this action pursuant to California Code of Civil Procedure. I mean, I'm saying good luck with this, because I know that California, the bar for defamation is really high, and I don't think they're anywhere near it. And they've got Tony Buzbee, who hasn't even filed his pro hac vice right now. I don't know if I mentioned, but in the New York suits that he filed against Diddy, because he wasn't legally allowed to, he didn't have his license in that district. He only had it in, he posted something on Instagram saying that he was licensed to what's it called? Practice law in New York, but it was a different state in New York. And then what he did was he used this other woman called Antigone, something Antigone, yeah? And she vouched for him in the court. And then the judge called her in for a sanctions hearing, and she had to back down and apologize and admit that she'd lied. And she was really lucky she didn't get sanctioned because the judge let her off, because she literally groveled her way out of it. But when it comes to malpractice, if you think Freedman's bad, honestly, Buzbee, he wants you to hold. He's saying, Freedman, hold your beer. He's like, hold my beer. I'm so bad at telling these jokes. Buzbee said, hold my beer to Freedman when he saw how he performs in court, is what I'm trying to say. Right. Specifically, defendants Freedman and Nathan maintain offices in Los Angeles, yada, yada, yada. Okay, good luck with Jed Wallace, though, because we all know he's in Texas and he's never been near California, and he doesn't know that they work in California. Been there, done that one. Yeah, they don't know about that. Alexa Nikolas and Bryan Freedman. Alexa Nikolas has dedicated her life and career to activism to support survivors of SA and abuse after retiring. From her career in acting. Did she retire or did her career retire her? Sorry, I'm being bitchy. She currently operates Eat Predators, an organization dedicated to amplifying the voices of survivors and holding those accused of abuse accountable for their abuse. Eat Predators has hosted protests designed to bring attention to SA in the entertainment industry. Ms. Nikolas operates a YouTube channel dedicated to her advocacy. May I just say as well, she protested outside Bryan Freedman's office, but didn't have a problem signing with United Talent Agency, represented by Bryan Freedman. She protested outside of TMZ, but didn't have a problem with all of the shit coming out about Blake Lively on outlets like TMZ. Ms. Nikolas was inspired in part to start and operate Eat Predators after surviving her own abuser, her ex-husband, in August of 2021. All this is going to do is just bring this all up again. Ms. Nikolas filed a lawsuit against her ex-husband, Michael Milos, who goes by the name Rye, for his music for allegations of abuse. In 2021, Mr. Milos retained Bryan Freedman as his attorney to defend him against Ms. Nikolas. On or around December of 2021, Ms. Nikolas learned that defendant Freedman no longer represented Mr. Milos. Oh, oops. Okay, I'm just letting that sink in, timeline-wise. After looking into her ex-husband's attorney, Ms. Nikolas subsequently discovered court records that show defendant Freedman was accused of gang raping a 17-year-old and paid a settlement without admitting liability, resolving the matter before it went to trial. Ms. Nikolas' goal, there is actually a report made about this incident in the local press at the time. There's a archive record of it, if anyone's wondering. Ms. Nikolas' goal through Eat Predators is to hold those in the entertainment industry accused of SA and abuse accountable to those they have allegedly harmed, so as to prevent future harm. She hopes and believes that this work will protect others from being assaulted and abused and ultimately change an industry for the better. Sure. Sure, babe. Miss Nikolas uses her voice and her platform to support survivors. That's not what we've heard. That is not what we've heard. Very loudly and clearly, we have heard the opposite of that. And call out those accused of abuse and assault, whether it's a musical artist, a recording label, or an attorney representing artists. Ms. Nikolas endeavors to bring the dark to light in the entertainment industry when it comes to allegations of abuse. Unfortunately, those in the entertainment industry who seek to reframe the narrative when their clients are accused directly benefit from Miss Nikolas being silenced or discredited. Huh? Unfortunately, those in the entertainment industry who seek to reframe the narrative when their clients are accused directly benefit from Miss Nikolas being silenced or discredited. She hasn't been silenced, though. She hasn't been the actual opposite of silenced. She's been amplified. I just showed you a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers that made a video about her 2 weeks ago. Unbeknownst to Ms. Nikolas at the time, she included him in her protests and accompanying social media and YouTube content supporting survivors. Defendant Freedman was an integral part of a team working to control these narratives, undercut Me Too accusations, and protect powerful individuals. I thought he was representing FKA Twigs. Wasn't that part of Me Too? Attacking him put her directly into the line of fire of a PR machine prepared to bury her. I think he also represented someone on a reality show that said that they were assaulted on the show. Eat Predators was hosting multiple protests in the summer of 2022. These included locations outside of Nickelodeon, Sony Music, and 2 outside of Bryan Freedman's office. Her Nickelodeon protests went viral that summer, bringing more attention to her work. Multiple press outlets began to cover her protests. One journalist reached out to Ms. Nikolas to discuss her Nickelodeon protests. The journalist published an article about Nickelodeon and continued speaking with Ms. Nikolas, engaging in the reporting that eventually led to the Quiet on Set documentary. Oh, okay, I didn't realize she was actually responsible for the whole program. I thought she was just used, they were already making it. When the reporter discovered that Ms. Nikolas has hosted a protest outside of Bryan Freedman's office, she indicated her intention to take the story to Business Insider. What does this have to do with defamation, may I ask? I just realized I'm not sharing the lawsuit with you all. Would I do an episode on Harvey Levin? Funny you should say that. You know, I'm a bit obsessed with Michael Jackson, and I've been wanting to make another Michael Jackson video because a new documentary just came out in the UK called The Trial. It's hardly got any coverage because you can't even watch it, really. You have to have a streaming service called Channel 4, which I don't think is available outside of the UK, and there's literally like only minutes that you can watch on YouTube. But I have footage of Harvey Levin from back in the 2000s when he covered the Michael Jackson trial. And I think that Harvey Levin actually used that coverage to build his platform. That's what I think. And obviously, Mark Garagos at the time was Michael Jackson's attorney. Not his only attorney, but one of his attorney. He was definitely still on the team. He got his MY bar license lamented at King. You mean laminated? Yeah. He would be the kind of person that would literally download a fake license. Okay. Sorry, she was just going on a bit then. In October 2022, Los Angeles Magazine published an article on Eat Predators and Ms. Nikolas protests, including coverage of the Freedman protests. So I'm sure I watched a video where she was like, no one would cover it. While Ms. Nikolas was thankful that media outlets were covering her protests in the late summer and early fall of 2022, she noticed around that she noticed around that it appeared that some outlets, Rolling Stone and Variety, were excluding the Freedman protests from their coverage. Despite attending those protests, Ms. Nikolas reached out to Rolling Stone sincerely. She's actually put her conspiracy theory into the lawsuit. I don't believe it. Sincerely wondering why the Freedman protests were not covered. She thought that it might be because of a conflict, as she had discovered that Jay Penske of Penske Media Group, which owns both Rolling Stone and Variety, was previously represented by Bryan Freedman. Upon information and belief, defendant Freedman knew that the Rolling Stone article was coming, was delaying it, and decided to attempt to discredit Miss Nikolas before it was scheduled to be published. Miss Nikolas did not know at the time that she was kicking a hornet's nest much bigger than just defendant Freedman. On November 16, 2022, Business Insider published an article about Bryan Freedman's R-word allegations, supported by the public court documents discovered by Ms. Nikolas that were referenced at her protests. Okay. I can kind of see this being. I can kind of see Bryan Freedman doing this, but I don't know. On November 23, 2022, a smear website targeting Miss Nikolas. Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Oh, okay. So I thought she was saying that he's put the websites out before the article was coming in an attempt to discredit her, but that's not actually what she's saying, because the website came out after the article. On 16th November 2022, Business Insider published an article about Bryan Freedman's R-word allegations, supported by the public court documents discovered by Ms. Nikolas that were referenced at her protests. On November 23, 2022, a smear website targeting Ms. Nikolas, alexanicholas.net, was created. This website was created to discredit and defame Miss Nikolas. On the same date, within seconds of alexanicholas.net being purchased, the website domain alexanicholasallies.com was also purchased from the same register, diner.com. The timing of this website is no coincidence. At this point, defendant Freedman knew Ms. Nikolas was exposing his past allegations of gang rape, and the website explicitly sought to discredit her. On November 29th, 2022, Rolling Stone also finally published an article on Bryan Freedman as well, discussing the same R-word allegations. Ms. Nikolas had discovered in court documents. In 2023, Ms. Nikolas grew the Eat Predators platform into a YouTube channel. Alongside in-person protests, she began posting videos similar to her protests that highlighted allegations of SA and abuse in the entertainment industry. So that literally shows you what little effect the websites had. Is it me? She's saying on the 29th of November 2022, on November 23rd, the smear websites targeted her appeared, but then in 2023, in 2023, she grew the Eat Predators platform into a YouTube channel alongside in-person protests, and none of us heard anything about these smear websites. That's the truth. She began posting videos similar to her protests that highlighted allegations of SA and abuse in the entertainment industry. The Eat Predators has since posted hundreds of videos discussing SA allegations in the entertainment industry. In 2023, in line with posting other videos about the subject matter of the Eat Predators in-person protests, Ms. Nikolas published a few YouTube videos about Bryan Freedman. On January 3rd, 2025, right after Justin Baldoni filed a lawsuit against the New York Times for their coverage on Ms. Lively's claims, the silence and smear machine continued to work against Ms. Nikolas. Specifically, a claim was made on one of her Freedman videos covering the court documents. She was able to keep the video up. With the benefit of what has been unearthed in the Lively litigation, the timing appeared to connect back to defendant Freedman, defendant Nathan and Doe's 1 to 100 trying to control a narrative. Wait a minute, you are part of the narrative. What are you talking about? 1 second, I need to get a drink. She was on their side. Why would they want to copyright her claim her videos? And as I've already said, you don't get a mysterious copyright claim. It will say exactly who it's from and why it's been claimed. It will literally name the name of the channel that's claimed you. Ms. Nikolas continued to create YouTube videos over the next few months for Eat Predators. In January of 2024, another smear site was created that mentioned Ms. Nikolas look back fraud. This website was connected to the AlexaNikolas.net website through a Twitter account, AlexaNikolas21, created in December 22. That spread the AlexaNikolas.net defamatory content. It was not until December of 2025 that Ms. Nikolas learned of the identities of those involved in the creation of her smear campaign. Melissa Nathan. Upon information and belief, Melissa Nathan and other current former members of Hiltzig and/or TAG have worked directly with Bryan Freedman and Doe's 1 to 100 to organize campaigns in support of their joint clients and/or to engage in press and social media strategies to discredit, defame, and smear those who accuse their clients of wrongdoing. These include, but are not limited not limited to Jennifer Abel, Catherine Case, Katie, and Jed Wallace with street relations. These individuals appear make up in the part the smear machine that targeted Ms. Nikolas. I think this is really, really a stretch. Just because these people are all motivated by money or some kind of gain. And I don't see what they would gain other than Bryan Freedman and possibly Jed Wallace, because he definitely works with Bryan Freedman. I don't see what the others would have had to gain out of it. But I could well be wrong. I think you're going to have a really hard time pinning Jed Wallace down. He's going to say he doesn't work in California. Going by how he's acted previously. I'm just saying. And look how much evidence Blake Lively has to show how the smear campaign was orchestrated. She literally has a text from Justin Baldoni saying this is what we would need. And still, hundreds and thousands of people don't believe that there was a smear campaign. But upon information and belief, Bryan Freedman and Melissa Nathan, either individually or through entities and individuals they retain, create and or authorize the creation of smear websites, social media accounts, and the traffic around the same to discredit individuals who speak out against their clients and or engage in litigation against their clients. Defendant Freedman and Nathan individually or by and through their agents control the copy of those websites. Among these websites are those directed at Ms. Nikolas. Ms. Nikolas' background disputes with the defendant Freedman indicate that Freedman launched and or otherwise was involved in the creation and distribution of defamatory statements made against Ms. Nikolas. He sought to directly benefit from them. His clients like Diplo also sought to directly benefit from them, as Ms. Nikolas was also organising protests against Diplo due to allegations against him of SA in the summer of 22. While his clients may have been beneficiaries of the same, defendant Freedman engaged and or authorised smear campaigns for his own personal benefit, as Ms. Nikolas had publicised allegations of G-rape against him around the time that the websites against her were launched. In 2022, so it was retaliatory? Is that what she's saying? In 2022, Melissa Nathan was a communications strategist who worked as an executive vice president at Hiltzik Strategies and worked with high-profile clients such as Johnny Depp, Drake, and Logan Paul. Ms. Nathan then founded the agency Group PR TAG in 2024. TAG redefines the rules of reputation management and on its website promotes that it, yes, we know. On information and belief, this list of industry litigators includes defendant Freedman, defendant Nathan, and defendant Freedman have shared mutual clients like Logan Paul. In the Baldoni litigation, the two coordinated a public relations strategy alongside lawsuit defense. Ms. Nikolas's website was live from 2022 until 2025 and thus would have been created while defendant Nathan was an executive vice president of Hiltzik Strategies and then was maintained during her tenure with TAG. The smear websites. There are multiple websites that have been identified in the Jones versus Baldoni matter, which appear to have evidence of common authorship. These include AlexaNikolas.net, which accuses Ms. Nikolas of being criminal, of extorting multiple ex-boyfriends and threatening to manufacture claims of SA. All of these statements are false and have damaged Ms. Nikolas. She's treading on really dangerous ground here. First of all, you've already said that after the websites came out, you launched your massive platform with 200,000 subscribers. I think when you're suing for defamation, you have to show that there's been damage to your reputation. You also, at the beginning of 2023, made your company an LLC for profit after originally stating that it was going to be a non-for-profit. Again, that's not going to look good if you're asking for damages. I'm getting quite good at this legal analysis. You know, with what's his name? Popcorn Planet, and everyone's like, oh, he's just got bad legal advice. He's just got bad legal advice. Yeah, that part. There are multiple websites that have been identified in the Jones versus Baldoni matter, which appear to have evidence of common authorship. This includes AlexaNikolas.net, which accuses. Oh, did I already read that? Accuses Ms. Nikolas of being a criminal, of extorting multiple ex-boyfriends and threatening to manufacture claims of SA. All of these statements are false and have damaged Ms. Nikolas. Alexa Nikolas is a website unilaterally designed to publicize damaging lies about Ms. Nikolas. The website is titled Alexa Nikolas Exposed and calls her a sinister and criminal force. The website says that they have personally watched her outright evil manipulation since seeing it firsthand almost a decade ago. That really does sound like her friend from a decade ago, Autumn Whitaker. The website states that one of Ms. Nikolas's exes specifically shared that Alexa viciously threatened him if he didn't lie in court and say that their friend admitted SA multiple men and women in college. This claim is false. The website also claims that several ex-boyfriends of Alexa's have come forward to share that Alexa threatened that they either had to pay Alexa, yes, pay her and support her, or she would start a campaign of SA abuse, of SA against them. This claim is false. I mean, it is kind of what your ex said in his messages. He actually said in the correspondence that was shown in their in her claim against him, he said something like, there's no need to threaten me. She was the one threatening him. He was the one saying, I'm not going to make you homeless. You don't need to threaten me, or something like that. Words to those effect. The website claims that Ms. Nikolas' husband, a private individual, has married an alleged SA perpetrator. The website says her husband has a history of multiple reports accusing him of SAing 5 victims. The website further asks, do her Husband's parents realize they are financing the agenda of someone as dangerous as her. Do they know they are financing a sinister plot along with Joe Dunn? To be clear, this entire allegation is false, and to such a degree that Nick Gray is not even the correct name of Miss Nicholas's husband's father. Well, there you go then. Well, there you go. The website continued to be updated, including posting an update on 1/25/23 that her child was being used as a pawn. This is false. This website states that Joe Dunn finances her work with Eat Predators. This claim is false. The website states that Ms. Nikolas has attacked Britney Spears, threatening to expose information she has about Britney as a parent. This is false. The false claims on alexanicholas.net have damaged Miss Nikolas. I have to be honest with you, I have never heard of any of this stuff. I have heard about Joe Dunn because he was on the Look Back Forward website. I then did my own research. I did not know that he financed her. I did hear from Shift Orion, who was accused of being behind the website, that there was a sort of like launch, which I found on YouTube. And yeah, none of this has anything to do with the content of that website. I think that they are going to say that this comes under slap. I have a feeling. Much of the website's copy was posted to a Twitter account, Alexa Nicholas 21, which was created in or around December 22 and linked the alexanicholas.net smear website, driving traffic to the same. There it is. So we looked at that. The website is authored such that it appears to come from a whistleblower where everyone involved, including myself, is a criminal and complicit in one of the most elaborate organized crime efforts of the modern era. From my perspective, the website focuses in on part on Joe Dunn, the former California state senator and attorney. Let me just show you this website right here. This is still up. David Cameron Carr. I am a member of the California Bar in private practice. Since 2001, my law practice has involved legal ethics, attorney discipline, defense, admission, and reinstatement to the bar and the law of lawyering in general. Blah, 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 blah. recent posts. June 2023, California Supreme Court joins post-Girardi zeitgeist. This is about Tom Girardi. It concludes, there will probably be more structural change to the discipline system inspired by its epic Girardi failure. Many will applaud it, saying that this is long overdue. Skeptics like me will wonder whether it really will do more to protect the public. But a zeitgeist, like any ghost, is hard to argue with. Done undone. That's Joe Dunn. July 18th, 2022. Ever have one of those nightmares where you wake up in sheer terror, breathe a sign of relief that it is over, go back to sleep, and plunge right back into it? This week, the news this week that the State Bar of California has filed discipline charges against its former executive director, Senator Joe Dunn, felt something like that to me and probably to him too. I thought we had come to the end of this nightmare in March 2017 when an arbitrator threw out the last of Dunn's wrongful termination claims against the State Bar. Now, more than 5 years later, we get to relive it all again. For those blessed enough to have forgotten, here is the capsule summary. In September 2010, the State Bar of California chose Dunn as its new executive director to replace the long-serving Judy Johnson, who went on to better things as Superior Court Judge in Contra Costa County. Blah, 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 blah. This is the history of Joe Dunn and everything shady that he was doing. Okay, going back to 2011. And let me just see if it mentions we have not uncovered instances of any sort of misconduct involving or untoward influence exerted by Tom Girardi or his firm. The closeness of the relationship between some senior managers and that firm does raise potentially troubling perceptions that the board should take action to rectify going forward. So this is how long this stuff's been going on. Da, 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 2017, Dunn matter. Basically, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This is all documented in this website. Lookbackfraud.com attempts to connect Miss Nikolas to some sort of alleged criminal scheme by Joe Dunn. Miss Nikolas has no criminal history and has not participated in anything criminal with Joe Dunn. This website is yet another attempt to defame her. Furthermore, the connection of these two websites by the Alexa Nikolas 21 Twitter account, evidence of common authorship between the two discussed in greater detail below. In December of 2025, Miss Nikolas discovered that it was alleged that Bryan Freedman had worked with Melissa Nathan and others to engage in press, social media, and online campaigns against those who spoke out against their respective clients, and that she was a victim of one of these campaigns based on discovery from the In the Jones and Lively lawsuits. Ms. Nikolas only discovered the individuals behind her smear website because other victims of similar campaigns, namely Blake Lively and Stephanie Jones, had aggressively and diligently engaged in discovery in their own lawsuits against defendant Nathan and unearthed evidence of the defendant's work, which she is now piggybacking off. Ms. Nikolas being a target of one of those websites and the timing behind the same is no coincidence. At the same time that Ms. Nikolas was exposing defendant Freedman's this is such a reach, was exposing defendant Freedman's alleged activity as a rapist, the alexanicholas.net website was created. But here's the thing. What about the journalists that wrote those articles? Did he target them? I don't know. It is possible that he is that paid. That's what Shift said. But I just don't know. I just do not know what their motivation was. I do think she is. This is a theory, I do think. Defendant Freedman's connection to defendant Nathan when representing their clients is direct and unequivocal. Unequivocal. also, it just annoys me the fact that she's so upset about this, but yet it doesn't have a problem doing it to literally anybody else that speaks up against her. I mean, if he really wanted to shut her down, he really could have done a lot more. This was done alongside with publicist Jennifer Abel and Jed Wallace with Street Relations by Justin Baldoni. Okay. We're at the end. By the time defendant Nathan and defendant Freedman were planning a PR response for Justin Baldoni, there was a playbook they used in support of their clients to discredit those who spoke out against them. Miss Nikolas's website is an example of the development of that playbook. I don't agree with it. I do not agree with that. Oops. She literally participated. Sorry, I couldn't see the comments before. She literally participated in it until she found out Freedman was Justin's lawyer. Exactly. Then she realized her faux pas. I think to this day she's not sure what side she's on. She's out of touch with how the internet works. I mean, you would think she'd figured it out by now. She definitely knows how to launch a smear campaign. She 100% has got that bit down. This bit, Kayla, look, I'm not trying to be nasty to the girl, yeah. Unlike her, I'm trying to be fair. But she does not have the evidence that they were part of it. And Jed Wallace is not going to take that on the chin. There's so much less to show that he has anything to do with it, apart from those backlinks. And the one thing I want to know about those backlinks is I just don't know enough about them to know whether they can be like whether they can be digitally altered, because from my understanding they're just like spam things. Predicting that Logan Paul is going to, this is what I'm trying to say, like if Logan Paul starts making videos about you, you've got something to complain about, like that guy at the supermarket, which I showed in my video. He said we got our forensics team to track him down to the exact supermarket and completely made fun of the guy. Logan Paul has not only millions of viewers and followers, but they're toxic. They're the most toxic people. This is the Streisand effect, right? Right. We're learning more about this. We're learning more about it from the lawsuit than we knew before. Okay, I just need a little break. Oops, wrong page. As much as the parties tried and hide their actions when taking out smear sites by using messaging platforms like Signal, oh gosh. Nevertheless, some evidence of their involvement remained by the time the Lively and Jones parties were able to engage in discovery. What was revealed suggests a pattern of attack in which Miss Nikolas was an earlier victim. To be clear, defendant Nathan and her team have direct involvement in the content of these sites. For example, one of the sites concerned Amanda Ghost and included claims that she was a correspondence between defendant Nathan and Katie case. Her employee released as evidence in the Lively versus Wayfarer suit included the suggestion by Nathan and an associate of hers, Jed Wallace, for Russian oligarchs and making her a madam, basically said Jed lol, to which Ms. Case replied, "This one will be fun." Later in the same thread of communications, Melissa asks Katie for the copy they had been discussing because she needed to make it really hammy. Melissa then pings Katie again, specifically saying Jed and Bryan were asking for the copy. On September 5th, Katie Case was deposed in the Lively matter. In that deposition, she testified that she provided the copy for the Jones website and the Melissa Nathan. And Melissa Nathan had provided language for that copy for a smear website. During her deposition, she also testified that she had drafted tweets for a Twitter page and to extrapolate that into updates for the website against Jones. On October 9th, 2025, Jed Wallace was deposed in the same lawsuit about an email in which he discussed the ability of our team to elevate content across all algorithmically driven platforms. During that deposition, he testified that the team he was referencing was TAG, i.e., Melissa Nathan and her team. On December 3rd, 2025, in the Lively Wayfarer case, multiple text messages between, okay, just going back to Jed Wallace, okay, we know that Jed Wallace operated on Reddit. We also know that there's an Eat Predators Reddit, which people have complained on our videos about, saying that they were blocked and censored and and harassed. In fact, I've seen loads of people say stuff like that. So where is the evidence that this was a campaign on all algorithmically driven platforms? Just asking for a friend. Um, in these texts, they discussed Bryan Freedman as an option, with Abel saying he was a killer. Uh, sorry. Between Stephanie Jones and her phone, I don't even think I can be bothered to read this because I've actually read the actual lawsuit and she can't even get it right. So I'm going to skip past it. Because when she said we can bury anyone, no one can say that Alexa Nikolas has been anything like buried. She literally just said herself she started her YouTube platform in 2023 after the websites came out. The language mirrored the now famous August 2024 "We Can Bury Anyone" text messages between Melissa Nathan and Jennifer Abel when discussing the need to not lay out their entire representation strategy for Justin Baldoni against Lively because they could get in a lot of trouble for the work they could or will do. Upon information and belief, this included the work done by defendant Freedman, defendant Nathan, and others against Miss Nikolas. On December 8th, 2025, in Stephanie Jones' lawsuit against Jennifer Abel, Melissa Nathan, Justin Baldoni, and Wayfarer Studios, the plaintiff filed a motion to amend her complaint to add claims and defendants based on information that had been revealed during discovery. The motion to amend documents alleged that it was discovered that a former employee of Nathan's testified during deposition that, at Melissa Nathan's instruction, she had coordinated with Jed Wallace and other Doe defendants to create defamatory websites about Miss Jones as she had done for others with Wallace at Nathan's instruction. Those websites included Stephanie Jones, lies.com and stephaniejonesleaks.com. That former employee testified that she wrote the copy for the websites and also worked with Wallace to create social media posts related to those websites, like for alexanicholas.net and its Twitter sister account, alexanicholas21. A Twitter account designed to generate traffic to the Jones website was also created to support the website, username Leaky Steph Jones. I think this is really confusing. An expert report attached to the Jones motion to amend the pleading by Bryan Horton of Breadcrumbs Cybersecurity performed an examination of online properties to determine common authorship of the smear websites, including alexanicholas.net. The report found that subject-specific content shows overlapping use of contributor accounts, finding for Nikolas, Alexa Nikolas material referencing this subject appeared on Harika. By under accounts such as Jacqueline Chamu 1217 backlink buyer and Mitty Gori 6901, several of which also authored pages referencing Jed Wallace and Alexander Brothers. The recurrence of these handles and writing formats across subjects shows that a limited number of accounts and systems generated a substantial portion of the reviewed content. Okay, so that's the actual account numbers. I've not seen them before. But the only problem there is with this is even if you show that they have written these websites, which from where I'm sitting, especially with the Twitter account, it looks like they just reposted other people. Is it defamatory? Or is it free speech? It was further found in that report that the backlink and publication characteristics across the reviewed domains are consistent with an SEO farm model designed to generate volume-based linking activity. Thus, it appears that in addition to the creation of the websites, there was activity designed to manipulate the SEO with this content. To be clear, these websites identified in the report, including alexanikolas.net, upon information and belief, were boosted such that they were highly visible online. This was done through backlinks. Upon information and belief, backlinks are hyperlinks that connect domains and web pages to each other and are measurable references used to determine how different parts of the internet are interconnected. Search engines like Google use a link analysis system that evaluates not only the content of a page but how that page connects with others on the internet. Hyperlinks function as signals from one site to another, and when there are multiple independent pages linking a site, it will increase the weighting of the link. Pages that receive numerous backlinks containing the same search terms, or pointing from well-established sources typically receive higher visibility in results for those terms. In this case, Alexa Nikolas would have been a term at issue. That was a really good explanation. That was the best bit of the whole lawsuit so far. Not seen that written anywhere else. Upon information and belief, defendants Nathan, Freedman, and the Doe defendants then engaged in search engine optimization efforts to promote alexanikolas.net websites and drive web traffic to them, including through the use of backlinks. That is, links to the alexanikolas.net website, and were planted throughout the internet on seemingly unrelated websites, such as PixelFed Tokyo, Huckster.io, Harika.fi, and BubbleLife.com to influence search engines' rankings and elevate alexanikolas.net in online search results for Ms. Nikolas. Defendants' efforts were successful, as alexanikolas.net ended up on the Our Nickelodeon Reddit feed, which has thousands of viewers. There is no applicable privilege or authorization that apply to the full statements made by defendants about Ms. Nikolas. So now we understand how she came to hear about these websites. Is this link still working? Have a look. Oh, we've got 3 pages to go, thank God. Thank God. I wish I had found all of this. He said that he heard about the websites in early 23, I believe. Do I think Buzbee used AI to scrape information about Jones's? I don't know. I tell you, with Buzbee, I'm pretty impressed actually that they even went that far, because his lawsuits against P. Diddy were absolutely diabolical. They were so flimsy and undetailed. Right. Oh. Let me... Oh, it's so hard to navigate the comments on the stream. Okay. It doesn't say the date. One year ago. I'm sure this would have been a lot longer than 1 year ago. With all the controversy, how many, 82,000 weekly visitors this subreddit has. 82,000. With all the controversy with the Alexa Nikolas, I looked up her being a fraud to see what people said and found this website. It's really quite strange though. First of our accusations, really quite heavy. It's claiming that Alexa Nikolas would threat about lying about sexual assault to people and that she actually lied about sexual assault about other celebrities. That she married an alleged predator, Michael Gray. I did a quick Google search on him and none showed up. Furthermore, the site is really old. The first archive was in 2007. That's what we found out. But from 2007 to 13, it was just a fan site. It went dormant to 2014 to 2022 it switched into an explosive. This is not someone English. It went dormant from 2014 to 2022 into it switched to an explose in 2021. I think the site may have switched hands in 2021 or it's a former fan. The site in the present day also has weird wording, like they know her personally. That's what I felt like. It also switched from I to we in the second paragraph. I just want to know who runs it, lol. Here is the archives. Oh my gosh, we had this all the time. It is hosted through Dynabot for hosting. I tried to find out who host is, but it's all redacted. You can only contact them through a form on the Dynabot website. I wish someone would get to the bottom of who runs it because another site also popped up recently linking Alexa to fraud. She is doing a lot of problematic things and I wonder if she wasn't guilty, then why does she have so many damn enemies everywhere? They can't all be the problem. A lot of it is on Alexa, in my opinion. Try who is. Thanks. When looking at it, it does appear that I was right, that the person who first made it is not the person running it. Okay, so we were right about that. Don't know who ran it before, but it's run by her stalker now. She Def sucks. Deleted. This was written by a deleted account. But he's psycho and has gone after lots of pseudo celebs for clout. One of the other people who was in the survivors group he infiltrated exposed him in his DMs with her. Forget her name. She wasn't a celeb, just someone who was sick of his shit. So are they talking about Shift there? Could be literally anyone. The point is, I don't see anyone saying, oh my god, yeah, let's cancel her. Well, that's the same thing we already looked at. Wayback Machine. Oops. Right, sorry, I had to go back to the beginning. We were on page 23. I know that for a fact. That checked. So what we have is we have that they have a source to the backlinks. She's saying they used the Melissa Nathan playbook, which personally I don't agree with. I do think Bryan Freedman has a history of getting people that already use social media to troll and using it if he can. But I don't see reading this that she has enough to show that they created a smear campaign. Miss Nikolas has been damaged by the lies perpetuated on alexanikolas.net, the allegations that she has done something criminal from lookbackfraud.com. The defamatory statements have subjected her to years of hatred and directly impacted her credibility and ability to scale her business. Plaintiff incorporates each and every allegation set forth above as if they were fully set forth here within. Under California law, the elements of libelous statements are those that are false and unprivileged publications by writing. 2, that expose a person to hatred, contempt, ridicule, or obloquy, or causes injury in their occupation, and are made with actual malice for public figures, knowledge of falsity, or reckless disregard for the truth. Defendant Freedman and Nathan and defendants published or caused to be published by and through others the website alexanikolas.net, the Twitter account, and engaged in activity designed to traffic to the website and Twitter account. These websites and social media account identify Ms. Nikolas by name and intended to make those statements about Ms. Nikolas. The websites are viewed by numerous third parties. They don't exist anymore. The websites included numerous false statements of fact regarding Ms. Nikolas, including Ms. Nikolas is a criminal force. Ms. Nikolas demanded that a protester manufacture and perpetrate misinformation for the sake of the movement, and that those who questioned the merit of the claims were also threatened. Ms. Nikolas told close friends that she would manufacture Me Too narrative. Ms. Nikolas told close friends she would manufacture Me Too narratives, even though she was kidding. Is this a lie? Yes. I don't know. It really does sound like the kind of thing she would say. But Ms. Nikolas had an ex-boyfriend who she viciously threatened if he didn't lie in court and say that their friend admitted to SA multiple men and women in college. That Ms. Nikolas had threatened to leak and outright manufacture claims of SA against people, execs and executives since the Nickelodeon days. I mean, Katie, are you still in the chat? Didn't she say she was going to say stuff about Nickelodeon people? And then she never did? Or no? Hate to be a bummer, but this can be hacked. These websites aren't the most secure thing in the world. That is literally what I thought, Ghost Cat, because I was saying to Katie, back in the day, yeah, I had a Tumblr, and one of my most popular posts on Tumblr, because there was a lot of this stuff going on Tumblr with this backlinks, yeah. People could repurpose somehow. They could they could change the original URL of your post, because it was all about, like, what was the word for it? On Twitter, it's a retweet. On Tumblr, it would be like, I've forgotten the Tumblr terminology. But anyway, someone changed my backlink on the original. Someone changed the original URL on my Tumblr post, and so it wasn't linking back to me, and I was really pissed off about it. And I tried to contact them and everything. And this was in the time when you could still get hold of admins. But yeah, there was all of this stuff going on in the 2010s. I've not really understand how they can make this unique attachment based on these backlinks. Thank you. Great live. It's been fun. It's been good to have so many people in the chat. Hacking SEO backlinks is a thing. Look, and the other thing is, yeah, I think Freedman and Wallace's kids are involved in this. So who knows what they get up to? Do you know what I mean? The complaint does not sound well thought out. Yeah. To be honest, I'm surprised it had as much content as it did. But as far as my experience of reading other people's defamation suits over the past few years, this isn't hitting the bar, because I know, even when I listened to, or when I was commentating on the live hearing in the Baldoni suit, and the judge said about Colleen Hoover refusing to go on to Baldoni and Heath's side, but she's not even suing them for defamation. She's suing them for retaliation. And he said something like, oh, the retaliation didn't work then. I'm not seeing any evidence that these websites, although they're not nice, I mean, it's not nice being hit with other people's opinions of you, but they are opinions. And they don't seem to have had a great effect on her. What does seem to have had an effect on her is that no one's interested in watching her videos anymore, because she just waffles and talks in word salad and doesn't really do any good content like she promised. She promised this was going to be an advocate platform for survivors, and she hasn't done that. Yeah, she did very well during the time when she was getting promoted by other platforms, she was doing all the promotion for Nickelodeon. She did say she was going to expose Nickelodeon people. Never happened. The only people she exposed was her friends and colleagues. And they had the right to speak and say that's not actually what happened. So yeah, I've spent way much longer looking into this woman than I would ever imagine or want to, but that's my ultimate conclusion. You think it's similar to the Shane Norman lawsuit? If you don't know anything about the plaintiff, it's easy to just hop on board. Yeah, right. I did see that on Reddit, but I couldn't find the post on there. Let me have another quick look. Sometimes my eyes deceive me. Although actually, God, I didn't realize how late it is. Yeah, no, I'm gonna call it night. It's actually nearly midnight. Wow. Okay. It's been really cool, guys. Thank you all so much for joining. Let me know what you thought in the comments. And don't forget to like the video. And also, please, if anyone does have an account on Reddit or anywhere else, I would love you to share it on the It Ends With Lawsuits page or something and see what they think. Okay, guys, good night.